I am so happy to see you all here today. Welcome to the 10th anniversary event of the Global Innovation Gathering. My name is Geraldine Bastion, and I am the incredibly proud founder of this beautiful organization and community. It's so wonderful to see you all here. Thank you so much for coming to Heinrich-Böll Foundation and for tuning in on the live stream. We are so happy and proud to present the work that GIG has done over the last 10 years, and especially our members, our community, to you today, and have this joint celebration for all of us. First of all, I want to give a big shout out and say thank you to everybody who came to Berlin, traveled far from across the world, and of course also a big shout out to all our members who cannot be here in person but are watching us from afar. So sending all the love across the world from us here. Let's give another shout out to everybody. So we're all excited for our event program today. We have different talks in our program. We're going to hear different keynotes, from our members, like from Andrew Lamb, but also from invited guests like Peter Troxler and Cory Doctorow, who will be joining us via live stream. And we have different panels where we're going to be presenting and discussing our work about how innovation spaces can contribute to crisis innovation and supporting crisis situations, how we can address different topics around open hardware and the right to repair, and we're going to be doing that on stage here for you. And then of course we have an after party planned today at Seabase where we're going to have pizza and cremant, so hoping to see you all there as well, and looking forward to that. This event is really all about our GIG, so that's all about you, about our members and the work that we are doing together. So yes, very much looking forward to everything, and we're very happy also that we can be here in Heinrich-Böll Foundation, have a long connection, history of collaboration with this place. So I'm super excited to pass on the floor for the welcome address for somebody who's really been an ally, a strong ally, and a core defender of digital rights across Europe and in Germany, and an important friend to these topics that we represent as our community. And since 2022, he's also the co-president of the Heinrich-Böll Foundation here in Berlin. So please give a big welcome to Jan-Philipp Albrecht.
Thank you very much, Geraldine, and a warm welcome to all of you, and this great event, which we are happy to be able to host here in the Heinrich-Böll Foundation. We are a political foundation which is affiliated to the German Green Party, but not a party institution. We are independent, and we gather people from all different kinds of organizations of civil society. Very often we try to invite people here to connect also on a global scale in order to bring together ideas about shaping society, in particular also with regard to technology, with regard to innovation. So your Congress, your event is right in the heart of what we really like to do, and I'm very happy to see so many of you here in our premises. We're happy to host and to connect also from our side with many organizations you represent, so feel free to also connect us with us as a foundation. We are not only here in Berlin, we are at 35 locations in the world, and connecting with civil society also in different regional surroundings. And so we are happy to be here and to be able to host your event, and I wish you very great conference and good talks together, and hope you will take away a lot from today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, and again for having us here. So now I want to ask my two team members from the executive board of GIG to come on stage, Sandra Mamitzsch and Ricardo Ruiz. Come and join us, Ricardo. So we wanted to, should we sit? No, we'll stand. We wanted to open today for the guests that are not members of our community, doing a little bit of a of a reprise just to share what we're all about and to tell you a little bit about the past, the present, and the future of GIG. So the three of us represent the organization in form of being the executive board of the organization and are very proud to do so. So I want to begin by just giving you a little bit of a history. 10 years ago, there were different points of inspiration to think about inviting different hub managers, different innovators from across the world to Berlin, to Republica. One of the points of inspiration is sitting here in the crowd today. That's Marcos. And I had been so lucky to travel to different countries, meet people, running different community spaces, different hubs. Those were the days where this phenomenon, this idea of having physical spaces to bring together people working on digital innovation was really popping up and bubbling and mushrooming. And yeah, and that was sort of a point of inspiration to think there's so many people doing these kind of similar jobs, creating these community spaces, working with their local communities, but they don't know each other. So why not invite them all to meet, and why not invite them to Republica, where they can also share their work with a global stage and an international audience there. And we did that for the first time 10 years ago. Back then it was called the Global Innovation Lounge. And from this Global Innovation Lounge also came the idea of hosting makerspaces, pop-up makerspaces. Back then many innovation hubs were still focused a lot on software, on other forms of technology. And because a few people came in who were already tinkering with hardware, that did a lot of cross-pollination across the different people who came across the different hubs and really sparked, yeah, what we are today, this international network of people hosting physical spaces to do digital innovation, different makers and innovators working with open and social technology for and with their communities worldwide. One thing I really want to point out and just say thank you for, what an amazing journey this has been. From the second year, there was all these platforms being created. All of a sudden we had a WhatsApp group. All of a sudden people were communicating with each other all year round, and that was without us organizing anything. This came from the members, and this has been true today. GIG lives because of the activity of each and every one of you who are a part of this network, and it's grown organically. Members suggest other members to join. And that's really what this has been about. So I want to quote another person who's just been completely fundamental as a part of this community to help it grow and shape it what it is today, and somebody I'm so proud to know, and that's Navras. So Naris, who runs Science Camp in Basra, Iraq, allowed me to read this quote that he sent to me a few days ago. The big leap in my maker's life journey is joining GIG, and from the beginning of its establishing stages, I knew that we are not alone as makers in Iraq, and there are many makers with shared goals and mindsets of openness and collaborative friendly culture, DIY, open source, sharing. Those are the terminologies of global language of the makers and the digital activist family. GIG family members from across the world are proving that there is another untold story of humanity working for good with technology and for social good. Joining GIG impacted Science Camp in both social mindset of running a makerspace in a critical area in the Middle East, and by opening the opportunities to get support to build one well-equipped makerspace that can face the challenges and filling the gap between North and South in technology, industry, STEM education, digital transformation. Being a Gigger is an honor and responsibility to pass the values to the next generation. Thank you so much, Navis. So we gathered for the first time 10 years ago. Since 2016, we are an organization. I want to also thank our former board members, Vicky, Joe, and Regina, for everything that they've contributed to this organization. And pause for a moment of commemoration for those that we have sadly lost along the way. So I want to say a thank you also to Camilla Siva and to Paul Machine, who we miss dearly and who left this world way too early. And with that, I would like to say it's, yeah, we should all make the best of our time on Earth. We are what we create together. Thank you. I made your job horribly hard by making us all cry now.
I can talk about the future before.
Well, I knew about this, but still, it's very moving, and it's also so moving to speak about what we're doing now, currently. And I mean, Geraldine just said And in 2016, we formed the organization, which was also, again, led by a bottom-up process where everybody in the group had a say about what do we want to have as an organization. And that's so inspiring. And I was always looking at it from afar, from being part of it as a fans. But then in 2018, I joined and I started to work as the first employee for the organization and to set up the Berlin office, basically, set up everything for the first big project that we got, the Horizon 2020 funded Careables project. And it was just such a journey until now to set up even more of these kind of really big projects together with our lovely partners from ZSI, Center for Social Innovation in Austria. Big thanks also to them for guiding us through all these processes. And now we have 4 Horizon projects that we did together and that we're currently still doing together with the MAKE project, which is connecting makers in Europe and in Africa and connecting all these networks that are also established around makerspaces. And also with the COAC project, where we're speaking about citizen social science and how we can make really participatory processes in these kind of social science spaces. And Kersti is also in the room today, so thank you so much for running this project. And I feel like I could do this. Yeah, and all the other wonderful projects that we're running, like critical making that we're just ending this month. So it's super exciting to have you all here and tomorrow speak more about also how we can bring more sustainability and more thinking about criticality in making, which we and all of us here are doing like naturally, but many people in the world are not having on their plate yet. And so it's so amazing to see how we can support the change also in the maker movements. Then another amazing thing we're doing is to work together with the Foundation North-South Bridges to access funding that can go directly to member hubs and member spaces, and where we are like acting like the North partner, basically, in this kind of development cooperation setting, which is quite a new thing for us because we're like working in innovation. We're not a development cooperation organization, but it's super interesting process also to go through. And yeah, and then all the amazing gatherings, like today, like in the next few days, what we did, we went to Republica in Accra, we co-organized that, and we hosted many of you and many of the ones in the stream in 2018 there. Then we held our very first gathering, our own gathering, together with Rogue Agency. Thank you for the long collaboration there. In Nakuru in Kenya in 2019, and that was truly a blast. And it's so great to see many who were there back then, also again here in the audience and in the next days. And then all the gatherings we did also surrounding Republica, and like in 2018 and 2019 before the pandemic, and last year finally meeting each other again after 2 years of really just being in Zoom calls with each other and in Jitsi calls and in Big Blue Button calls and in all the other calls and just seeing you all in tiny postcards. So I'm so happy that again we can meet. But we really appreciated during the COVID period that more and more people and more infrastructure is available for connecting with each other online. And so throughout the past year, since like we were not all Zoom fatigued anymore, we have monthly gatherings with all the members who are available. And thank you so much, Fadia, for hosting these amazing communities. the community calls, the meet the member calls, they're just so important for the connection between each other and to have some updates from everyone and some knowledge sharing throughout the year. And with this, I want to hand over to Ricardo to give the final future outlook.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Suzanne. And I wrote, so I'll read, you know? It's easier. I'm not that clever, so as we look ahead, you see? We are excited to continue our mission and vision of building a more inclusive and sustainable innovation ecosystem, right? We have many plans and ideas for expanding our network, strengthening our impact, and exploring new opportunities for collaboration. Some of our goals for the following years include 2 dots, and then you go to the other line, topics. Scaling up our gig gatherings and moving to different countries to reach more regions and audience, showcasing more innovative projects and solutions from around the world. I like this word, enhancing, you know? Someone native? Enhancing our capacity to offer more diverse and relevant training and workshops and to create more opportunities for peer-to-peer learning and mentoring. Growing our network to accommodate more members and partners, and providing more resources and facilities for co-working, co-living, and co-making. Through our projects, engaging more actively in advocacy and policy work to influence the innovation agenda and to support the development of enabling environments for grassroots innovation. I particularly like that phrase very much. When I wrote, I would tell again, you know, development of enabling environments for grassroots innovation. Good, isn't it? One more topic. Hope that more organizations taking up our impact model and doing development different. We are not alone. We want to share. And we invite you to join us in this journey of innovation for social good. This is very buzzword, but together is better, and together we are making a difference in the world. I like this last phrase. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ricardo. I think being your student is also a true pleasure in university. So we're so happy that this all brought us together here today, and we're also very thankful for our partners who make this possible today. Heinrich-Böll Foundation, who's hosting us today in cooperation. So thank you so much. And also we want to thank the funders that made possible that we can pay for all your flights and your travel so that you're actually here. So that's especially the Robert Bosch Foundation, but also the GIZ with the Toluca project. And we also want to thank the distributed design platform where we are part of and where our community is supported through in these days. So that's amazing. Thank you all. And now I would hand over to Geraldine for the next session. You want to make?
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. Okay, so the next session is not the next session that you had on the program. We're going to do one quick switch, so I hope that's going to be okay for everybody, and thank you for accommodating this, Andrew. I am very excited to announce this next session, though. It's going to take place in 2 parts. We're going to have a keynote, and then afterwards we're going to have a panel discussion, and I would now like to introduce the keynote speaker. We're incredibly excited and really honored as a community to have Cory Doctorow as part of our program. He is one of my favorite science fiction authors. He's an activist and a journalist. I have to absolutely recommend his latest book, Choke Point Capitalism, which he wrote together with Rebecca Giblin. It's a non-fiction book about how capitalism has taken over our creative labor markets and has a lot of recommendations that really relate also to what we're working on in the open tech context. So Cory is also a digital rights activist and expert working for the Electronic Frontier Foundation and an MIT Media Lab research affiliate. He's a core spokesperson for things around open tech and right to repair, and that's what he'll be speaking about for us today. Over to you, Cory. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Yeah, can you hear me though? Nod if you can hear. Yeah, you hear.
People are
Okay,
nodding.
I'm gonna try restarting the video. 1 second here. Well, that's not good. Hang on. I will try the internal video on my laptop instead. Let's see if I can do that. Still getting a black screen, huh? Okay, let me log back out and log back in. I'll be right back.
Okay, see you in a sec, Corey. Thank you. I'll use this opportunity to do a tiny bit of housekeeping and let you know some of the things that we brought to a show and tell, not just on stage, but off stage, to represent who we are as a community. So we have a wonderful poster exhibition where some of you will find yourselves on these posters. And you can see this exhibition in the foyer here. This was a project we did together with the Nord-Südbrücken Foundation to just show, what are some of the great stuff that you guys are working on across the world. So you can see this poster exhibition. We have also brought a lot of flyers from the different projects that we're running, from the MAKE project, from Critical Making, Carables and COACT. There's posters and flyers so you can inform yourself about more of those projects that Sandra mentioned earlier. And we made new stickers. So please help yourselves to lots of gig stickers. And now we see you, Corey. Fantastic. So that was my tiny little bit of housekeeping in the meanwhile. One other thing that's important that I want to point out is that we have a tiny open hardware exhibition, but one that you should definitely see. And this is a little foreshadowing also of the open hardware exhibition that we will have at Republica this year. So a big thank you for the exhibitors and for being a part of this as well. It's getting better.
Well, I figured it out. It turns out that blur my background is now synonymous in Zoom land for show no picture at all. So you get to see the very daggy London hotel room I'm staying in. I hope it doesn't offend you over much. Thank you very much for having me today. I really am honored by the chance to talk to you. Obviously, right to repair is an issue that's very close to my heart. What I wanted to do today in these few moments that we have before you start your conference is try and broaden the frame a little. One of the great heroes of the digital rights movement is the scholar James Boell. He's a Scotsman who lives in North Carolina, where he and Jennifer Jenkins run the Duke Center for the Public Domain. And Jamie, he tells this little parable. He says that before the term ecology was coined, there were a lot of issues, but no movement. Maybe you cared about owls and I cared about the ozone layer, but what does the destiny of charismatic nocturnal avians really have to do with the gaseous composition of the upper atmosphere? How can we really relate these two phenomena? And Jamie says, look, the term ecology turns all these different issues into one big movement. It says, in fact, they are all different facets of this big fight that we're all having together. And it makes the movement something to be reckoned with, because on our own, we are incapable of mustering enough public sentiment, enough political will, enough of a tailwind to actually make a difference. But together, we can get stuff done. So I want to talk to you about what repair actually is when it's at home. Obviously, it's part of the ecology movement. Obviously, it's part of the environment movement. No one is benefited by the increasing toll of plastics, conflict metals, and so on that show up in our landfills and elsewhere because of the manufacturers very cynically design their devices not to gracefully degrade back into the material stream, and indeed to frustrate efforts to repair them so that they can be replaced by new goods that the manufacturer can get another paycheck for. But I think that more importantly, we need to understand right to repair as part of the wider project of technological self-determination. That ultimately, the people who design our devices are often not very good at anticipating our needs. They are often very different from the people who end up using the devices and technologies. Most obviously and visibly, we have this idea that a technology should be so easy that your mother can use it, this awful sexist thing that people say. And the reality is that until recently, and still not to the extent that it should be, women are absent from the design process for technology. And more importantly, the kinds of women who are raising children are really absent from the technology design process, which means that in order to be a mother who uses technology, you have to reverse engineer the weird ideas, the people who unknowing and arrogantly decided how you should use technology, decided they understood better than you do how your life should work. This is in contrast to, say, your boss. When your boss is in the breakfast room at the Comfort Inn trying to download their slides for the presentation they're doing later, they get to call up the head of network administration or the CISO and say, I don't care about the security risks that you're worried about. As soon as this kid in the Comfort Inn is done playing, Roblox on the shared iMac in the lobby here, I'm going to sit down to it, and I want to be inside the firewall downloading those slides. And you make it happen, or someone else is going to do your job. The people who have the easiest time using technology is your boss. The hardest time is your mom, people in the global south, poor people, kids, people who are just not in the room when we design these technologies. Now, these people are by no means incapable of making a contribution to technology design. And in fact, they routinely do. If you know the history of computers, you know that women were key to its history. Obviously, we've all heard about how kids can adapt technology for their own needs. Everywhere you go in the global south, you find words like bricolage or jugad or other equivalents to mend and make do, in which people in the global south are adapting technology to their own needs. And in so doing, they're not just correcting the errors that the designers of technology made. They're asserting the right to have a say in how the technology that they use works. And they're asserting the right to have technology serve them instead of having to torque themselves around to serve the technology, to serve the ignorance of its designers, to serve the greed of the shareholders of the firm that made it, to seize the means of computation. And repair is just a piece of this. And it's not surprising that some of our most stalwart defenders in the right to repair are farmers. Every farmstead going back to Roman times had a forge. And there's a good reason for that. When you're at the end of a lonely country road and the storm is coming and you need to bring the crops in, you don't have time for a John Deere to dispatch a technician who takes 36 hours to arrive and charges you $200 to look at the repair you made yourself and type the unlock code that activates the part that you installed and get it running. And so farmers, like other kinds of people who exist in extremis, have always needed to be able to seize the means of computation, to redesign the technology that they use, to improve it. And indeed, until John Deere took its recent turn for the greedy and monopolistic, its innovation consisted primarily of sending field engineers out to talk to farmers about how they'd modified their tractors so that those modifications could be integrated into subsequent editions of John Deere's own products. Repair, innovation, adaptation, and the dignity of being able to decide how the technology that you rely on works, these are all inseparable phenomena. They are all intimately related. And moreover, the legal barriers to repair are also the legal barriers to all other forms of adaptation. The anti-circumvention laws that make it illegal to build a diagnostic tool that can interpret the messages, the error messages traveling around within a device that's stopped working, whether that's a vehicle or an iPhone. Those anti-circumvention laws are the same ones that stop you from installing a third-party app store. They're the same ones that stop you from adapting your continuous glucose monitor and your insulin pump so that you can build what people with diabetes call the closed loop. where a little bit of machine logic mediates between the monitor and the pump to try and establish a homeostasis of your blood sugar to keep you well. And even more importantly, this is often used by the parents of young children with type 1 diabetes to make sure that they're kept well at an age in which they're too young to manage their own diabetes themselves. All of these fights are the same fight. The owls in the ozone layer, the farmer who wants to repair their tractor and the farmer who wants to modify their tractor, the person who wants to install their own app store and the person who wants to repair their iPhone. They are fighting the same rules for the same reason. And although repair has been a charismatic thin edge of the wedge for the wider project of technological self-determination, if we are going to make repair the reality that it needs to be, and if it's going to have the impact that we need it to have on the environment, then I think we need to understand that we are part of a wider movement, a kind of ecology movement for technology, the movement for technological self-determination, the movement to seize the means of computation. And so as someone who's been in that movement for a couple of decades, I salute you. And I offer you the solidarity of all of us who've worked on this for so long and who will work on it for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Oh, good. I was like, oh my gosh, did I just speak all of that into a computer that wasn't connected?
No, thank you so much, Corey. Thank you so much for being a part of this event. Your words mean a lot to us, and your solidarity means a lot to us too. I was sitting next to my mum whilst you were giving the talk, so she also agrees with everything you said. And I can't wait to see you at Republica. Have good travels to Berlin.
I'll see you in a couple of days in Berlin. See ya.
So that segues us perfectly into the first panel discussion that we want to have today. The panel is entitled My Hardware, My Choice, and we want to discuss the right to repair, the impacts this has on sustainability, on the different creation of value chains, so also economic impact around the world, and also on, of course, our cultures and how we deal with technology and treat it. And I have three excellent people to discuss these topics here with me today. I would like to give a very warm welcome to Teresa Dillon. She's an artist and researcher exploring the lived entanglements of techno-civic systems, currently focusing on topics of repair, care, maintenance, and healing cultures. She's here representing Repair Acts as a pluralistic, artistic-led research program that explores exactly these topics of care, repair, maintenance, and healing cultures. Please give her a big warm round of applause and welcome Teresa Dillon to the stage. Great to have you here, Teresa. An equally big round of applause to Max Vogt, who is the head of the Prototype Hardware Fund at the Open Knowledge Foundation. He's also recently founded the German Open Hardware Alliance and is really an important spokesperson on these topics here in Germany. Please give him a big round of applause as well. And now I'm looking a little bit nervously into the room because I'm not 100% sure that Martin Ulu from Fab Lab Wynnum is here already for our panel. Oh, well, join, exactly, and let's have a hot seat because, of course, we need to hear also voices from outside of Europe on this topic. So we'll start with the two fantastic panelists that we have, and then hopefully we'll be able to welcome Martin on the panel. But if somebody else from the gig community also wishes to speak on these topics, let's just make this a fishbowl discussion, and then you're welcome to join us up here on stage. So please don't hesitate to jump the stage for this. All right, so I would love to, I just gave you tiny short introductions. So as a beginning round, I would love for you guys to talk a little bit more about your work, how you are approaching these topics, and especially, like, I'd love to start with you, Teresa, if you can tell me a little bit more about how Repair Acts works and your specific perspective and narrative that you're approaching these topics with.
Sure, yeah. Is it possible to run the presentation that we bumped into the folder?
Did you add it to the folder?
Yeah, I did.
Then I'm looking over to the kind man at the tech desk.
I've got two in there, kind man, the tech desk. One says PDF and one says full media. If you can play the full media, that would be great. Anyway, while we're doing that, I'll explain. So I hold the post of Professor of City Futures at the School of Art and Design in Bristol, which is situated within the University of the West of England. And for the last about 10 years, I have been looking at the topic, as Geraldine introduced, of repair, and extending that to notions of care, repair, maintenance, and healing cultures. Specifically, this has focused actually on material entanglements and relationships that we have with our products, with it tying very much into the loop of the right to repair movement. And it has manifested particularly in different ways, in a very situated way, because I would make the case that actually repair is almost best placed when it is placed-based. It is site-based and situated. So much of our work has been looking at the role of local repair economies. And what we have been doing is some desk-based research where we've been going back to the 30s, like post-World War, sort of World War II onwards, and taking 20-year slices to look at the changes in repair ecologies and economies in local places. And this has given us really rich data and a very unique data set. And we've been doing this work, woohoo, there you go. Right, so I have to say, have I got the control? Thank you very much. Look at this.
Thank you for making this possible.
Gig, known for its smoothness. Wonderful. Okay, so this is one of our slogans from 2017. Part of our work, of course, is in this intersection of art practices, desk-based research, and which is situated in the humanities and social sciences, and also what would be called kind of community art perspectives as well. So Repair Access has been introduced as a pluralistic artist-led research group, and what I was speaking to was how this work is very much situated in a very deep and local level within landscapes and infrastructures, and in association with communities, governing bodies, craft, artisan and skilled trades professions, and looking then at how the law and legislation manifests in those particular areas. Regarding defining repair cultures, this looks at aesthetics, economies and practices, and also the laws that govern this as well. I'm going to go to whip through this just because of the time. What I wanted to really highlight here was this work that I was just mentioning in terms of desk-based research, and I just want to point here to 1938 and 2018. 1938 here, this is taken in Bristol in a square mile, so that's about like a kilometre of where I live in Bristol. You see the richness and diversity here of the local repair economies. Essentially, you could get all of those things repaired: shoes, bikes, linen, the plaster on your brick on your walls for your houses, bricks. When it comes down to 2018, some of those have completely and utterly disappeared. If we were to just look at that top purple line, that is throwaway culture in relation to clothes only. All the clothes that you could get repaired in 38, that top purple bit, zero pretty much in 2018. That's actually a dry cleaners, which goes very minimal repair. And I could speak to any one of those particular colours, with the monopolisation then in local repair cultures actually really to do with your mobile phone. So when we actually look then at electronic repair services, we see again the disappearances of TV and radio, for example, and then the mobile phone, of course, really being one of the key repairs that are kind of happening. And anyone working on local repair phone economies and cultures will also know that that's actually sometimes quite limited. It's sometimes just a battery repair or a battery change quantifies as the repair, for example. It's not necessarily what we might call deep or sophisticated repairs. So this type of work gives very, very, very powerful data sets, basically, through which we can kind of lobby local governments. Another very important aspect of our work, and I'll shout out here if he wants to join us on the hot seat, is Philipp Schmidt-Fonseca's work in Brazil as well, where we've been looking at local repair cultures. Corey mentioned Jucad in terms of India's word for example of the hatch, and Gambia is the one in Brazil. We've been collecting these stories of everyday repair, including, again, creating database where people upload the costs of what they have repaired and how they have repaired it and their motivations. And this, again, gives us a very rich picture, but it also speaks to the actually monetary values of local repair shops as well. And then exhibitions conditions in communities, in rural communities, working with farmers, working with local practitioners to understand how we can essentially, will this work? Nope. That's a video. We creating documentaries, which is a 45-minute documentary on changes in relation to local skilled practices. What we're finding across Europe in terms of the broader non-digital, so I'm talking about stonemasons, I'm talking about sewing, I'm talking about textile repair, I'm talking about bricklaying and traditional housing construction, all of heritage, what one might call heritage repair. We are actually seeing a demise of these professional skilled trade practices in Europe. And this is also echoed in our work in India, and it's also echoed in our work in Brazil. Multiple issues here in relation to the devaluing of those practices from an educational perspective. We're in a crisis moment where handicraft and trade has been devalued. And this is what Turning the Collar is actually looking at. And so therefore collecting stories of existing practitioners who are out there and why they are motivated to do their work is very important for us to actually highlight. And I'm going to just close with this last piece of work around legislation that we do. We work in local communities to crowdsource essentially statements where people would like to change their repair cultures in their local area. And the declarations become very powerful ways through which we can lobby with local government. So we work in a deep way with senates and local councils. And the one here that I'm going to highlight is from Westmeath, which is an area in the middle of Ireland that I grew up in. And now we're working with the local council in the same way we are working with Bristol. And what these demands and calls for highlight is as a methodology through which we can say, okay, if you're serious about fostering repair cultures locally, make sure there's tax breaks and VAT repairs, breaks on VAT, for example, on repairs. Look at mobile repair units if we're going to be working in rural contexts. What are the ways that we're going to implement it in an educational perspective? How do we create trusted networks of professional repair services so that older people can actually feel safe and secure when a person of a trade is coming into their homes? All of these things, including then, of course, the manufacturing transparency and what are the types of repair that are really needed in a local kind of way. And this gives us a guide point now, which we're kind of rolling out and looking to how we can implement this then in a practical way across the next 10 years. So that's a quick summary of the interface between art, social design, expanded community practices and spatial practices that we work in. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Yeah, please applaud. Also, highly recommend the Repair Act's website as a resource. It's a very rich website, and I'm sure a lot of things that you can find there to dig a bit deeper into the things that Teresa just shared that she's working on. Max, I'd also like to invite you to talk a little bit about, before we get to some of the common themes here, a bit about your work at the Open Knowledge Foundation with the Prototype Hardware Fund, how this was finally created, why it's so important, but maybe you can also share a little bit of information on this newly founded Open Hardware Alliance.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. I can just connect to you because I really like this understanding of that repair is something which connects us with to our objects. I think this relationship to our objects is very important if it comes to like taking care of them and being interested in how they function, and like also like being interested in the systematic in which they are like produced. I think this is very important if it comes also to political action. So very nice that you work on this. And yeah, I think it's also something which is connected to the topics I'm interested in. So I work, as you already said, for the Open Knowledge Foundation on the topic of open hardware. And with my colleague Daniel Vesulek, we started the Prototype Fund for open hardware. And it's about transparency for objects, for hardware. Because I think it's clear, but if we talk about transparency, if we talk about hardware, then we talk about power. I think this is a very important thing if we look also at the production system. Giving us information about the objects is about giving us power to like take an ownership. So this is what we try to do with the Prototype Fund for open hardware. And yeah, we could start our first funding round. I think there's also one object there which was part of it, the Libre Water project. It's very interesting. So take a look. at this. And yeah, so this is the first thing. I think if we talk about like ownership, then getting access to our object is very important, and being able to repair, I think Open Hardware gives us this opportunity. But what we also need is this kind of open spaces, open workshops. This is like the German word for it, but we know these kind of spaces called maker spaces, hacker spaces, fab labs. I think we need both if we want to have like the power in the civil society to take ownership of our objects. And this is the second hat with I'm here. I'm also part of the Verbund offener Werkstätten. This is the German network of open workshops. So I'm part of the board there. And we have more than 400 open workshops in Germany, also repair cafes and so on. And yeah, it's still a vibrant and growing network, and it's very nice to see all this this power in this movement. And I hope we can make a we can change something in the current process of the policy making. And we are done. Great.
So policymaking is a good key word here, because there's a lot happening at the policy side in Europe at the minute. We have this new agenda for consumer protection in Europe, and in March, I believe, they issued the Right to Repair Directive, which is a part of that. So there's finally a bit of movement. I think a lot of us in our community were waiting for this for a long time, sort of inspired looking at Scandinavian countries who've had right to repair for a longer time, that this is something that would gain traction in Europe. So I would like to know from you, and again, everybody, please feel free to take this hot seat, as it looks like Martin is not going to make it, but we would definitely like to hear some perspectives from outside of Europe on this as well. How you feel this right to repair can be operationalized. You just showed this screen to show we have lost all this talent, we have lost all these skills, we have lost all these places to go to actually get our things repaired. What is this directive going to do? How can we actually turn it into practice? Can you start?
Yeah, thank you. I guess for anyone in the audience who might not be familiar with the right to repair laws and legislations that came in some ways, actually, the US has been leading the conversation as a number of states there implemented right to repair laws in the last sort of 5 years. And this has been a very slow build-up as well, from ifixit.org, for example, who have been leading that in terms of the repair coalitions that are set up there. And that impetus really was part of a global movement then, with Europe bringing in the laws. In 2021 was a big year for European right to repair laws that came in. And they mainly focus on things like that spare parts can be in circulation for the next 10 years on particular white goods, so it's very limited to certain types of goods, that the manuals that are related to those goods are also clear and easy to read, well, not necessarily easy to read, but accessible and downloadable, and also that there are certain kind of elements regarding repairability in terms of who you can kind of professional warranty, breakage, etc. Groups, though, like Restart in London, for example, and those laws then were implemented within the UK because, of course, since the UK leaving the EU, it had to also reimagine its own stuff, but just essentially borrowed everything that was Europe was doing. So it basically kickstarted the same laws in July in 2021. And then what you're speaking about in terms of the digital passport, that has come in then in terms of this year, which is also, all of these things are part of the what's called the Green New Deal in Europe. So for those of you that might not be familiar, that's the kind of general context. The problem is that with these right to repair laws, they're, as I mentioned, they're limited to particular kind of goods. Funnily enough, within Europe, they were covering laptops and smartphones. When it came to when it came to the UK, they were not necessarily covered. Is that a question of somebody doing some very good lobbying? I don't know, because essentially when you look at what are the goods that are being most repaired, they are tending to be laptops and mobile phones at the moment, because they're the powerful consumer goods that we have in our hand. It doesn't also enable the community right to repair, the community cafes, maker spaces, repair cafes. They don't fall under this legislation at the moment. So Restart in London, who are a charity or an NGO that work to promote repairability in wider contexts, are also now got an active live petition, which I encourage us all to sign, to sort of say, make those laws cover those particular spaces. And I think that's really, really critical, essentially, to what we're wanting to kind of change when it comes to these kind of policies. And the digital passport adds another layer to this, which, you know, I think is also, again, very based essentially on particular products. It's very dependent on the industry getting itself together quickly and fast, and it's essentially a QR code that would be on a product that would allow you to scan it and sort of see the food labeling system, in a sense, that's applied now to products. France in 2021, at the beginning of 2021, also brought in the repairability index. And I think this is actually much more interesting in terms of the question of repairability rather necessarily than the passport, in a sense. Because I see the passport, I don't know, I'm a bit critical of the passport, the way that it's been rolled out at this particular moment in time. And also I think that it's going to leave itself wide open for hacking and greenwashing and all sorts of stuff like this. And you don't have to be, you know, inside the field to kind of see how that would kind of end up happening. So the repairability index in France essentially applies to about 6 different products at the moment, including lawnmowers, which I think means that there's a lot of gardeners. I love the way that some products get covered and others don't, and what might be actually the rationale behind that. You know, there's part of me that would like to weird out about why those decisions landed. But France and lawnmowers always makes me chuckle. But it's about 10 different categories, if I'm remembering it correctly, and they also grade basically on scales regarding to, you know, what's, again, spare parts, manuals, documentation, etc., and that's the repairability system. So I think that's pretty interesting, and I think we should start to see this being encouraged in other countries as well.
Absolutely, thank you.
Please. Yeah, you ask how we could do or make this happen, and I think we already make this happen, but we have still don't have the access for the right spare parts, and there is not much information about the objects. And if we look at the right to repair law-making process, there is like a paper which were like which we saw, I think, in April about this process, and we are really at the end of this lawmaking thing. And this paper is like it's nothing. It's not a right to repair law. It's like more an invitation for companies to repair if it's not more expensive than just like replacing the thing. And there's nothing really written about like giving us information. So I think there are people who are already making this happen. There are like a lot of repair cafe initiatives, and there are of course also companies who are into repair and so on. But we are still lacking of this information, and I think everything is part of a bigger system, which like the EU calls the circular economy, and I more prefer the word circular society. So the repair is one thing of it, and the product passport might be also a part of it, like if it comes to like being able to get some materials out of the objects which surrounds us. But I think, as you already said, this is not much. It's at the moment it's a lot about like giving the free market some incentives to operate, but there is not like a law framework which like really shifts the system to what we really need to like a circulating economy. So so I could give you the microphone, so I think I'm ready.
Wonderful. Welcome on stage, Linda Bonio. It's lovely to see you. I really want to run over and give you a hug, actually, because I haven't been able to do that today. So let me just quickly do that. You'll be seeing Linda on stage again at the last session that we have. She's from Lawyers Hub in Kenya. I'll give you a longer introduction then, but over to you now.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've been forced to come on stage. Hi, Sandra. I was really intrigued by the conversation that you're having, and especially on the laws. I wasn't aware about all this happening, so I was really intrigued by what could happen in Africa. The Lawyers Hub works on regulations around technology, and I think this is amazing to learn from and to pick from it. And just to say that we've been studying the correlation between European laws and African laws, and one of our learnings is that Africa really borrows from Europe. I think last week I was at an event at the Nobel Prize Summit, and somebody said that how did Europe become a super legislator in technology? Many of the world didn't see that coming, especially because of the innovation happening in Europe cannot be compared to what's happening in Europe, in the US. But I think what the US has done is to build technologies and then be overwhelmed with legislating it. And so then they have exported every tendency to make sure that the big corporates really have the power and the small people don't have the power. But then also too, I see the essence of having maybe anti-dumping laws, because of what happens is technologies don't work in the West, and then they come to Africa as donations. And yet we don't need that. We actually need something that works and not something that, for instance, you look at maybe X-ray machines, a lot of them would ideally be coming from the West and not usable maybe in 3 or 4 years. And so I just wanted to say that this is a great sort of discussion, and I'll be really happy to look at exactly what the laws look like, what we could learn from it. And we notice that even if we don't pick the laws, the governments will pick the laws. I like what you said about the circular economy, and a lot of funding into Africa now from Europe is on the circular economy, and we know that this will come up as legislation, and so I'm really glad that this has been highlighted, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. And I think that's also a good point to think about, like, how is this going to impact different kind of value chains? I said in the opening couple of sentences, obviously this has a lot of sustainability topics connected to it, but it also potentially has a lot of economic topics connected to it. Maybe, Teresa, I know we met in Republica Accra. That's where we know each other from. And you were working a lot with communities that basically live on all the electronic trash we transport to Ghana. Maybe you can share a little bit about that work with us as well today.
Yeah, so I think from the start, Repair Acts, it was really important that we had conversations with countries that were outside of Europe. So one of our first partners was Toxic Links in India, who've been working for the last 30 years on changing environmental policies in relating to e-waste, both in India and actually on a global level. And also then working in Brazil with Gambiologia, who have been also, again, working for the last decade, thinking from an artistic and design perspective about reuse of tech and overflow. What I should say, though, is that both of those countries have extremely rich, vibrant, what I would call everyday cultures of repair, where actually the idea even of talking about repair cultures is like, what are you talking about, Teresa? We do this without even, needing to kind of like embody it or intellectualize it in the same way as you are doing in Europe. And so that's kind of why I emphasize that actually when we speak about repair cultures and repair societies and circular economies, they are situated, they are place-based, and we have to kind of look at actually what are the conditions within particular cities and towns and villages, then countries and states, etc. So while I do agree that it's extremely important from a societal level to have laws, laws don't necessarily do much until they're implemented, really, in a way. So the right to repair laws haven't really necessarily been enforced, as Max was pointing out. And so, we could be in a very slippery slope that all of these wonderful circular economy kind of laws get out there, and I'm not trying to dismiss the efforts, they're massive efforts, but like, again, the devils are in the details, really, in a sense. So what we've been doing then is trying to flip that and sort of look like, well, what if you did a ground-up approach in a sense, to actually, I wouldn't necessarily call it lawmaking, but change making, so that when you do these crowdsourced declarations and you do that in partnership with a Senate or a council, actually then you start getting kind of groundswell collective notions of actually what does a meaningful repair culture look like in a place. And then that can actually then have methodologically sort of be let's say, adopted in Africa or in India or in Brazil, and then that as a sort of scaffold then can be applied within the place that it is. Because if you're, walking down any sort of main street, there's literally, we call them Kiez here in Germany, but like hoods or neighborhoods in both in many of the African cities, but also my context of, I guess, deeper knowledge is in India, that are all just focused on repair. And even, you might walk down, as many of you probably know, one particular street that's just shoe repair, and another one that's just, or as you say, these larger pieces. And then when we were in Ghana and we were working with filmmakers who had actually been working for many years on a documentary around those who are the e-waste workers, in a sense, and it was the same toxic links of 30 years, of working with the informal sector. I mean, there's so much to unpack here. 97% of people working in India are in informal, precarious, no secured situations. And when you look at who's doing the green work on the ground in these countries, these are the conditions that these people are living in. They're very, very poor conditions. They're toxic conditions, and when you look at where those people are migrating from, they're often coming from very poor rural contexts or situations of conflict, and as a result, they're migrating into the city to work in these toxic zones, and these are the green workers of the future. So cop on the rest of Europe, really, to the people who are really doing the work to make our, snazzy right to repair kind of look like. It's like, if we were really to shift the discourse, we would actually be, going right down to the kind of the root of some of these issues and speaking to, right, okay, if this is how this global flow of products is going to kind of work, how can we have some justice in this sort of process in terms of the passport, the digital passport? This is what I mean. And, it's only skimming on the surface, because if you're going to really push that out, that digital passport might actually particularly be linked to a person who's on the ground doing that work and saying, you know what, I'm going to give them a better wage and a fair wage and a just wage. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Do you want to add to that? And then I think I'd, just some additions, and then maybe opening up for some questions and comments. I saw some of you nodding along a lot there.
Yeah, I just wanted to shortly add, at the moment we try to get information from the companies who are already creating our technology, and I think this is very important if it comes to those things which are already there, but I think we need to rethink our technology and creating them openly in a general way, and this is connected to kinds of new ways of making business. It's about creating communities, and it's about open design, and I think this is why open hardware is very important if it comes to this discussion about repairing and having a circular society. And I just wanted to make this again a bit clear, and this is also what we want to do with the prototype fund, helping people really want to start rethinking technology in an open way. I think maybe one object is known here. It's the MNT Reform. It's a notebook created in Berlin. It's a very nice open hardware laptop, the first really full open hardware laptop. And we created, not only he and his company created everything in a new way. He has a very, very nice documentation of this laptop, and he can make a life on creating and selling this thing. And there are already people, I think in the US there's a woman who just created their own laptop on this documentation. So she didn't buy one, she just created their own, and she's changed a lot to their own like needs. And yeah, I really appreciate those kind of people who like really want to go and be innovative in a like different way, not like really thinking about really thinking about new objects. It's more about rethinking the objects we already have in an open way. And well, we talked about this on the forum Open Hardware. I just brought this small piece here, which contains the whole discussion, unboxing black boxes. Peter Troxler also wrote an article on this. And yeah, if somebody want to get one of this, please just call me. And another thing what I want to add is this Open Source Hardware Alliance really try to like foster those kind of initiatives and bring together those initiatives who like really want to rethink hardware in this way I mentioned.
Thank you very much. I mean, luckily there are a lot of people in the room doing exactly that. Great, we already have a question. Is there anybody who wants to share anything about their open hardware work or projects that link on to what Max and Teresa just said? Please join us. Also give me a sign of hand. And otherwise, I will come over to you now for question. Franz, lovely to see you.
All right. So I'm curious, how would the economy look like if this becomes very big and successful? I mean, currently, you look at a product like an Apple phone or a product like a BMW car, and there is an economic incentive for Apple to create a walled garden, to basically be able to make whatever $150 profit on each hardware sold that is allowed to enter that walled garden of the iOS ecosystem. Or similarly, if you have a BMW, the car itself is without any profit, but then the aftermarket, this is where the company is able to profit from having the ability that a large part, I don't know, 2/3 of the spare parts are highly interconnected, and that makes it possible for BMW to exclude any competing aftermarket spare part producers to bring them onto the market. So it's part of today's reality of the business model, how it works. And it's also part of what various regulations and TRIPS on the international level and so on are protecting. So this is the status quo. So how would companies look like? How would products look like? And what would be the necessary economic and legal incentives to make products look like differently? Look into the future.
Thank you. You go first.
Yeah, this is the initial or the really, this is a good question. So I think we are in a process on like rethinking this, and there are, like, as I mentioned, M&A Reform and those kind of companies who try to figure out how we could do this. But I think there's not a general like answer to this, like just go this way and then it will be possible. I think the first thing is really supporting those people who really try to rethink this whole process, and this is something what I at the moment don't see. We just like these kind of people, as I mentioned, this M&A Reform guy, Lucas is his name. He, if he talks about this, like making this happen, he says it is very hard for him to like convince, for example, foundations to give him money to invest in his idea, because it's always connected to like, okay, you need to have a patent on it, and this kind of cultural way of making an innovation happen. And he's kind of hacking the system, and I think this is something what we need. We need more people hacking the system, and I think it's a long way and it's a hardware way, but I think it's possible. So I don't have this like this easy answer to your question.
Yeah, I think what I would sort of say is sort of maybe top things that would happen. We'd see a larger scale second-hand parts economy that would be vibrant and rich. It wouldn't be full of debadged items. There would be clear tagging and serial numbers and understanding of where those parts would be. manufacturers would have to demand, we would demand from manufacturers that part. There would be universal designs so that there's not like lock-in to particular design aspects. This is what you're talking about with BMW, for example. You know, why is there 3/3 or whatever you mentioned there in terms of their closed system loop, is because they're like, you know, doing these very bespoke parts to their particular kind of car and particular kind of engine. That's actually not needed. And then what also we would see is a reduction in consumption. That, in the end of the day, is what we're looking for. You know, that's what Repair Acts is trying to drive towards. We do not need to be consuming at the level that we are consuming. You would be having less things, and they would be of higher quality, and you would be able to repair them. You know, and it's just, I want to say it's as simple as that. It's not, but it is as simple as that. But getting there, of course, is not simple. A colleague of mine does a really nice little kind of conversation piece where she goes, go back 50 years, the average house was made of, you know, 7 to 12 materials. Now there's over 1,000 in them. You know, so it's you know, I'm not trying to, complex design, we need complex design for some things. We don't need necessarily complex design for all things, you know, so there's like balances within that. But I think that would be one of the main sort of drives if you ask what is the societal change.
Thank you, fantastic. Emilio, thank you for joining us on stage. Emilio Boell is the Executive Director of Apropedia. Great to have you.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to add one example that one of our funders and partners on Apropedia has been working on, which is the fact that in the case of medical equipment, there's donations mostly of equipment going to low-income countries, but with the inability to repair, there's also the lack of documentation to repair in places that are inaccessible. And that creates a big problem for organizations who are donating to low-income countries because they bring in ventilators or medical equipment that's super expensive, that's necessary to save lives, and nobody's able to fix it. Yeah. And we've seen that. I think that case really became very visible during the pandemic with people struggling to fix materials. So the solution that they're proposing is to create documentation and to create an alliance for proprietary medical equipment to say, okay, we will create documentation for people to fix them in places. So it doesn't, it even damages proprietary hardware in that sense.
Yeah, in no one's interest. Thank you, that's a really important point added. Philipp, you'd raised your hand. Would you like to ask a question? Okay, we'll have one more question and then we'll round it off on the panel. Oh, and somebody else? Okay, we'll collect these two questions and then we'll round it off. Can you?
But there was there was another one first, right?
Who's the other one? Yeah, you'll be the last.
Okay. I have a question about the community repair aspect, because right to repair is often misunderstood as a right to repair for the big companies, and this is what we lack of understand in the fight for the right to repair, because what the legislation is driving more and more step by step to more power for the big enterprises. And in Germany, for example, the big argument for lowering the access to information, tools, and tutorials is safety concerns, because the people are too dumb to repair their stuff because they die if they open up devices. How is that tackled in your countries? Do they even care? I think the aspect that you mentioned in first hand, all these e-wastes donated to other countries. There was a very interesting art piece, a documenta, Return to Sender. Return the shit to sender. Nobody needs the e-waste from Europe in the other countries. But what I really, it's a question, is this safety aspect for the concern of your health and life, is that really an issue? How is it in your projects?
Oh, sorry?
Well, actually, I could just say two things. So the right. Oh, sorry. Yeah. The community right to repair movement. So the Restart petition that I was speaking to, that's trying to ensure that the right to repair law and legislation as it currently exists does apply to community repairs, so that if you repair something in a repair cafe, you're not breaking the law, right? So that is trying to happen at the moment. The interesting thing regarding our conversations with those that are working on the field in Ghana and in e-waste dumps in India, when we sort of said, would you not want this on your patch? The thing is, it's a very complicated scenario, because those that work in those places are saying, no, we still would want this type of work. This gives us a better wage than X type of work. This, you know, so I think we can't. We could talk about this all day, to be honest with you. Like, you know, and I know you know that, but it's again, this is why I bring this word just back into it. I think that we need to work with everyone that is representative in this gig kind of space in terms of global south, northern, and you know, and the north, because when you look into trying to change those things, it's not as clean cut as just saying, no, don't have my e-waste on your ground. You know, it's about reimagining, I think, all of these chains in a very, very, very different way that allows. A very complex situation to kind of change.
Thanks. Did you want to answer? Okay, then we'll have Philipp first, and then we'll only have a few minutes left, so let's all keep it.
Yeah, I guess just a quick comment about the whole ecosystem thinking and how would, I don't know, BMW survive. I know I'm in Germany, but, you know, screw them or unscrew them maybe to repair. But I think we have to be wary about the kind of greenwashing that is associated with circular economy and the way these things make into the global south. I met people in Brazil who were involved with circular economy, and I was not invited again to after the first time I've been to their event, because they are trying to import a model that is based only on the perspective from the industry. And you know, on the long run, I don't care about the survival of the present practices and current practices of the industry, but I think there should be a lot of thought into how to subvert even those funds that come from Europe to implement circular economy in other parts of the world. How do we make that not only on circular, but other shapes and other forms, and not to make that only as a way to create closed system loops that will only provide reliable sources of material for the industry to keep doing what they do today. So I guess it's a matter of, you know, in our case in Brazil, tropicalizing these concepts of making this kind of hybrid arguments with local cultures and with local demands and with local communities, with people on the center. And I'll talk more about reuse and repair Monday at Republica, and more about policy this afternoon here. So.
Thank you. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to add that this is one of the aspects that it is mentioned, but not put a lot of attention to when we speak about patents, is the asymmetry that it creates in low and high income countries, especially because it creates a dependency from the parts that are coming living in the global south, it takes weeks or months to have a spare part to repair something, right? So for those of us, it's very complicated. Car parts, whatever, right? And that, in the end, is trying to create a dependency, economic dependency, and also technical one, right? It devalues the work of the people who repair in our countries. So that is a big problem that has to be considered, especially because in the case of making, for example, when someone makes in a country, a low-income country, and we patent something, the patent isn't worth as much as someone, for example, in my case, I live in El Salvador, someone in the United States can patent, and they have more value because they have a bigger market, and then they can patent in my country, and it's much cheaper. Right, and then they can exert that pressure. So it's like with the repair, that is the kind of thing that it creates. It's impossible for us to break that grip if we're not outside of that system. So yeah, I think it really resonates.
Yeah, I would just like to add a few things to the same topic. It is going on. So I'm Jasprit from India. So there's a big thing on repair in India. So I'd just add. One is the mobile phones, and it's a big market. Billion of devices are there. So we have few startups like Cashify. You can exchange your old phones by giving old phones, and then they repair it down. And obviously, Amazon is having good things. So they are just selling refurbished products online by repairing it, fixing it few, and then selling it. So it's like big, I would say, market also, and great things on repair. And yes, I don't know nothing about repair law on repair, because we are just repairing everything. So yeah, so thank you.
So I have a question regarding ownership. So when we are buying anything, let's say whether it's an electronic item or any other article with our own money, so that belongs to us at the end of the day. So how is it possible that repairing something that belongs to us suddenly becomes illegal or unlawful? I don't quite get it, because at the end of the day, even if I'm replacing one component with something else, I'm not copying any kind of component. So there's no patent, what do you call Patentverletzung, or whatever it is. So
well, Cory Doctorow would have loved this question, because this is something that he talks about a lot in his talks, and I really invite you also to, if you're going to be at Republica, to join that session, because unfortunately that is the thing. Digital rights management makes any product that has been digitized, made smart, a trap, basically, for anybody who wants to have this kind of ownership that you're speaking about. And that's also what Cory was referencing in his talk earlier with John Deere. You used to buy a tractor, you used to own the tractor, you used to be able to fix the tractor, but now the tractor has a software that allows you not to fix that tractor. And this problem of software obsolescence connected to hardware is exactly a very important part of this conversation. So thank you for raising this point. I'm going to use this as a segue into the closing of this panel. I want to really thank you for the discussion. Thank you, Emilio and Linda, for taking the hot seat and filling in for Martin. We're very sorry to have missed Martin on the stage here, but you will be able to see him at Republica also at the panel we're having on distributed manufacturing on Tuesday evening. So I hope to see a lot of you there. I think this is a very important conversation to globalize this conversation that's taking place in Europe at the minute for all the reasons that have been shared, and also the perspective that you're working on and bringing in, Teresa. We're focused so much on these innovation paradigms, mostly leading to the profit margins of individual companies with patented products. But we really also need to have different narratives around repair and care if this green transition thing is going to work out. So thank you so much for being here. Let's have a big round of applause for this panel, please. Thanks, guys. Okay, so now we're going to go back into talk mode, and I am personally very much looking forward to and very excited about this talk. I'm going to tell a little anecdote. I'm going to tell a lot of anecdotes about people who are part of the gig community as part of the moderation for today. So many years back, and I'm sorry that I don't know the exact year, but I believe it was around 2015, maybe it was even a year earlier, about 2014. We were really excited, the gig community, when they learned that Andrew Lamb was coming to Republica to give a talk. And everybody was really like, oh my goodness, it's going to be like Andrew Lamb. We're going to actually meet him in person. This is so exciting. And there was a lot of people were really starstruck about meeting Andrew. And that's why one of the many, many reasons we're so happy and honored and proud that he's now a core member of this community, and we're doing fantastic work together in different projects, including the MAKE project, which is one of the Horizon projects that we're currently running. So Andrew is the co-founder of the Internet of Production Alliance, and was formerly also the Global Innovation Lead at FieldReady. He was the CEO and co-founder of Engineers Without Borders UK. He's a Shuttleworth Fellow focusing on open approaches in massive small manufacturing. And today he's going to take a brief look into the complexity of the Global Innovation Gathering, the lessons that we've learned along the way, and highlight some of the cool things we've done together, and maybe a bit of Lego. So let's have a big round of applause for Andrew. Gig versus the world.
Hello. My talk is really about gig. I want to tell you a little bit about gig. So, yeah, my name's Andrew. I am a recovering workaholic. And, hello, other people identify in this room. And really, what I want to talk a little bit about, how much time do I have? 15 minutes, thank you. What I really want to talk about is this idea of gig versus the world, and the way the world is, which isn't necessarily the way it should be, and the way that gig is, which I think is exactly the way it should be. But I want to start by, I'm British. I'm not used to talking about personal things, emotions and things. But I want to tell you a little bit of a personal story, which was about the worst workaholic burnout experience of my life, which was when I was 4 years into being the chief exec of Engineers Without Borders in the UK. And I started volunteering with Engineers Without Borders. It was a student club at university. That's all it was. And then we registered as a charity, and then it became this big thing. Went all over the country, all over the world. I joined it as an undergraduate. I didn't know anything. I was studying engineering, couldn't really figure out why. It was all maths all the time. I had no reason to do this. And I got involved in Engineers Without Borders, and it gave me a reason, because they would try to solve problems in the world, often problems in other countries. That was what Engineers Without Borders was about. We registered the charity, we set up a board of trustees, a bit like the journey Gig's been through, we set up all of these systems, we started winning projects and bringing money in. So I learned about governance and hierarchy and accountancy and accounting and project management and planning and budgeting and cash flow and logical framework analysis and theory of change and all of these tools that we use to run organizations. And at the same time, Engineers Without Borders was growing. And it moved from like one student club to another university, another university, another university. We ended up in about 35, 40 universities across the UK. My job was basically twice a year I would go to 40 cities, traveling around the country, giving talks to try and help people lead the movement. And then people could come up to me and say, well, what can I do? I want to be part of Engineers Without Borders. And I would say, well, what do you want to do? And they said, I'd really like to do this. And I was like, well, yeah, do that. But it was very much about a movement. And we did some really audacious things. We were sending young, inexperienced engineers to developing countries, to places all over the world, to be catalysts for change in host organizations where they would bring some expertise around solar energy or around rainwater harvesting or around road building. And they would be there, and they were not qualified engineers. They were young. They had beginner's minds, but they were catalysts. They had no authority in those organizations. They had no authority in those communities, in those countries to do this, but they were there as catalysts. We started working on engineering education curriculum reform. So what we started to do was change university degrees, because what I thought we were learning and what many other engineers, young engineers, thought they were learning at university wasn't helpful. And a lot of companies said the same thing, because we were learning steel and silicon and carbon and combustion. We were learning a diet of toxic substances, the kind of technologies that have killed the planet. And we were being taught the same thing. It was madness. So we started working with about 30 different universities, and we changed the curriculum in 30 different universities to include global issues and sustainability and climate change as a required part of the curriculum. And it was amazing. We were a movement for change. It was really, really good. I was exhausted. I was burned out. I was exhilarated by the movement, and I was burned out by trying to run the organization. And the reason was because I was in EWB versus the world, Engineers Without Borders versus the world. We had to be hierarchical, accountable, we had to pass audits, we had to plan our budgets, we had to manage cash flow, we had to do staff appraisals, we had to do log frames, we had to do all of this work, but we were really a movement. We had a split identity. And I was in the middle, trying to run this thing, and I burned out because the way the world really is, and the way I'd been taught it should be, with hierarchy and management and boards and quarterly planning meetings and things like that, it was bullshit. You know, all of this stuff about how you run an organization is not the way the world works. And after a while, after about 4 years of this, I decided the time had come, well, 5 years, I left. And because I was burnt out and I couldn't cope anymore. And it's the same experience a number of other people have in this world of activism, of change, that, you know, and the reason why gig is so important to me is it's an interface between the linear structures of working with donors like GIZ, or the British government, or, you know, big foundations, or even, God help us, corporate CSR programs. You know, I was working with companies who said, we'd love to give you a check, but, you know, to do that, you need to get our staff involved. I had 2,500 volunteers working every day in Engineers Without Borders. The last thing we needed was more volunteers. I mean, it's great, yeah, get more people involved, build the movement or whatever, but don't make it a quid pro quo. Give us the money because you like it. Companies, come on. Like, one of my favorite movies is the Lego Movie, which, as you know, is probably one of the greatest philosophical works of our times. And it has a character, a black box, referring back to the previous conversation about repair. It's a black box. It has a character called the micromanager. And these micromanagers roam around the little Lego planet, making sure that people follow the instructions, which is what I had been taught to do and how to run an organization, right? So you've got the micromanager. Lovely little thing. I actually think it's a rather beautiful object. I keep it on my desk whenever I get contracts from the European Commission. I look at it and think, we're in another fight. And then, I'm not trying to topple the regime. There is no symbolism here. And then, the other thing I have on my desk is the real world. Captain Metalbeard. And Captain Metalbeard is a creative amalgamation of all sorts of different things. He's obviously got a laser shooting shark. Very important. I would say maybe that's like the critical making project. We have a leg that's made out of an anchor for a ship. We have, well, you know, all sorts of moving parts. There's a parrot, obviously, because he's a pirate. And because it's Lego, it's designed for repair. So I'm going to repair it live on stage. And these two characters have come to represent my life. I win grants from bureaucracies and have to fight to manage the cash flow. And then there's the real world about the amorphous amalgam, the changes we have to make, which are non-linear, which are creative, which are dynamic, which are orientated around people and not processes. So in 2015, 2016, whenever, 14, whenever it was, I got to know GIG, the Global Innovation Gathering. And I was at a point where we were building a new small organization called Field Ready. And it was as simple as this. We won a grant, we did the grant, we had no money. We went back to being volunteers. We got another grant, we did the grant, we got no money. And we couldn't really respond to the world. And so what happened was I started meeting people through GIG. And then suddenly, I happen to know people in the Philippines, and I happen to know people in Iraq, and I happen to know people in all these different countries around the world, in Kenya. And I got to know them. I got to know them personally, and I got to trust them. And I was able to, rather than having one little project at a time, I was able to build something which ended up being quite a big organization, Field Ready, 100 people. And then out of that, create systems change projects like the Internet of Production. Because I'd met people at Gig, and because we were able to have that sort of trusting relationship. And because Gig is the interface between these worlds, it is able to cope, the organization is able to cope with, the GIZ contracts and the European Commission contracts. But we also, and this is the bit it really fosters, we have the community going. In between me stepping down as the chief executive of Engineers Without Borders and starting with Field Ready and the success that Gig enabled it to have, I did some learning. I tried to reflect why was I burnt out. And I got very interested in complexity theory and chaos theory and things like that. There's a framework called the convened framework, and it's a Welsh word that means habitat. The convened framework, and it basically has 4 quadrants: simple, complicated, chaotic, and complex. And order increases as you go up. So as you go from simple to as you have more variables, it goes from simple to complicated. And this is the world of manufacturing. This is the world of organizations and planning. And as you have levels of disorder, you go from simple to chaotic, you go from complicated to complex. And this is the real world. This is the real world. Now, there is also a complexity. So I now use that tool. I now speak to these characters on my desk, trying to work out who I'm fighting today, who I'm with today, which side am I on today. But I now think about the convened framework to work out which quadrant am I in today. Is this a simple thing, or is this a really complex, non-linear thing? There is another theory called the viable systems model. And this has been around since the 60s, and it was developed by a cyberneticist. And the viable systems model theory is basically about, it's a theory that a complex organization is more capable of responding to a changing or an unpredictable environment if it is composed of autonomous, effective, and agile, like sub-organizations, if it's highly connected to each other, and if it's cohesively operating with a shared ethos, purpose, process, and technologies. My organization, Field Ready, was really small. It was fighting the world of bureaucracy. It couldn't really grow. Then we met Gig, and Gig gave us this enabling environment that enhanced our ability, something that we heard this morning from Ricardo, and a shared ethos to grow. And because of that, I feel I'm now able to respond more capably to a changing and unpredictable environment. The particular piece of the viable systems model that Gig, the function that it performs as an organization and as a community, is between if you have the sort of the organization and if you have the system you're interacting with, the system you're trying to change, you need links between them. And that's called cohesion. In a company, it would be you have the company and you have the market. And if they don't match, your company fails. If the market changes, your company has to keep up. It's called cohesion between them. And you need a lot of money. You need a lot of money. You need to be a big organization to be able to afford cohesion. I was in a small organization with Field Ready. I was in a small organization with Engineers Without Borders. We couldn't make that cohesion with the rest of the world. Gig provided us that cohesion with the rest of the world. And as a result, I'm pretty sure that I can look back at what we've been able to do over the last few years and say we've been able to change the world together. Thank you.
moderate a lot of events. It's usually much easier than this because you don't have to cry in between the sessions. So thank you so much, Andrew. We have one more session before lunch, and I'm also really excited to hear the next group of people speak. Sorry, this is a very emotional day for all of us, and it's so nice to be in a room with so many people that, I care so much about in this world altogether. So, the next session, we thought we would take you on a little trip around the world and have 3 of our members share how they connected with GIG, but also share really the amazing work that they're each doing individually in their areas in the world where they roam. So I want to also introduce them to you, and I want to also start this with a little anecdote. One of the 3 people who is going to be speaking in this session is Jay Fajardo. He's really one of the key tech and entrepreneurship figures in the Philippines. He has been one of these serial founder, entrepreneur people who have a lot of organizations that they have built up over the years, including the companies Proud Cloud, Launch Garage, Medify, and he's really one of the key figures, like I said, in that tech ecosystem in the Philippines. And it's also one of the beautiful stories about the power of the internet in my life. When I first thought about organizing GIG back in 2013, we reached out to the pretty newly formed AfriLabs network and their first manager, Tayo Akinyemi, and said, hey, I was so lucky to meet a lot of you guys traveling, including Marcos, who I mentioned earlier, but I realized you guys had never met in person before, and I got this travel funding in, so why not invite everybody from AfriLabs to come to Berlin to meet for the first time in person, which was something that we were so proud to be able to support and facilitate back then. But I thought, okay, there's about 25 people back then coming from the African continent. We want to make this a global thing. I had met one of the other speakers who's going to be talking in this panel, Georgia Nicolau, who runs an institute in Brazil called Procomon. She founded this in 2016. And previously, she also worked for the last government, not the last government with Bolsonaro, but the previous government that's now back in power in Brazil, as Creative Economy and Cultural Policy Director, Deputy Secretary there for the Ministry of Culture in Brazil. She had been in Berlin working for Transmediale and connected to this both dear friend of ours and a key person in this community, Stephen Kovacs. So I knew her, so I had a contact point in South America and said, reach out to the other innovators and connect them with me so I can invite them to Republica, which she did, the hacker boss, Philipp, so many people that Georgia reached out to and connected us with. But I didn't know anybody to reach out to in Asia. And I'd lived in the Philippines before, so I thought I'd start there. And I just Googled. I Googled Innovation Hub Philippines. And that's how I found Jay. And I have to say, it was one of the best internet finds ever. So I'm super excited that you could come for our 10th anniversary and speak. And the third person, who's going to be speaking in this session, is also become a dear friend and collaborator over the years. Kudzai Mbaiwa is also one of these key people from her country, Zimbabwe, and communities connecting finance and technology. She has shaken up the political scene, running for office to really make sure she changes things on all the ways she can have impact for. She's currently running the GIZ Digital Hub in Kenya and is also co-founder and strategy lead of iZone in Zimbabwe Innovation Hub there. And that was also our point of connection, of course, first with GIG. So I'm so happy to have these 3 people on stage now. They're going to kind of pass the microphone to each other. And Jay, I guess, is it you first? I'll pass over the microphone to you first. Together? Okay, together. Kudzai and Jay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is it on?
Thanks for that intro.
I think it's on. So Jay, I think it's you and me against the world.
Okay. I guess I should start maybe because to follow on what the intro was, how I met Geraldine, how we were invited over, and like Geraldine mentioned at the start, it was called the Global Innovation Lounge, and we were this ragtag team misfits that were brought together. They were practically curated at the start to join the Republica conference and just show up, give talks, work together. Fast forward to today, it's a huge network of great, powerful people working around the world, working together, surviving the 10 years, doing good. That's the short story. But I think the secret to the success that Andrew gave testimony about for GIG is pretty much the people that joined GIG. And 2013, we were so young then. And it happened so fast where we are now. So the secret, I think, is the curation of people. And it started there when Geraldine was reaching out to all these people, and we all showed up. Because through the years, the formula was for the members like us to reach out to our own networks, to invite people into the network, into a GIG. And a lot of times it was not, it's not a formal invitation, it's not a nothing fancy, nothing formal. It's like watching people from afar doing good things, and we'd recognize them as GIG members. So that's how we did it. We invited all these people. A lot of the people here invited myself, Saad, when I encountered him in the critical making conference in Yogyakarta, which Stephen actually organized. So, the power of network, we're all just working together. And then Rosanna, because I met her, and I said, this person's GIG material. Why don't you come over and join us? And that's pretty much how we succeeded, and how we were able to maintain the personality of GIG itself, which is much more of a fellowship than anything else. That's why there's no way to describe it from a framework point of view. My own personal, story for GIG was when I joined in 2013. I met all these great people from all around the world, and I saw the possibility of grassroots innovation, how powerful it is. Because from my world, where I came from the startup world, the corporate enterprise-y world. As mentioned before, these were structured worlds which didn't make sense in the real world. And I met all of these people working in the real world, doing great things, and I said, it's possible. So I went back, and I decided that for me to be able to gather people in the Philippines, in my community, that are doing that kind of work, is to have a hub. So a hub for people to gather. It doesn't matter, you don't even put frameworks around it, just invite people. Make them talk to each other, make them meet each other, and let the magic happen as you leave them be, right? Whatever damage happens, whatever magic happens, doesn't matter. So that's my own personal story for GIG, and until now, it's amazing how things have come out. We've done so many projects. Different pockets of GIG people would meet together and do projects 1 year, go to another country, go to multiple countries and do projects there. It's fantastic the way you can see it happen. And it's all happening in our WhatsApp group. It just keeps on coming, all these projects. And it's just magical. So I think the inspiration for me from GIG in 2013 still exists today in 2023. And I'm so happy to be here. Thanks so much, Geraldine. Again, it's curation of people, which I think is the magic behind it.
Hello, everyone. So it was fitting that we let Jay go first. I always talk about how, in many parts of the world, they say ladies first. And so gentlemen are a very previously disadvantaged member of society. And so we let the gentleman go first. All right. Oh, he says age before beauty. I'll take that. Thank you. So I want to launch from something that I believe I was quoted on I believe, the Eventbrite event for those that used the link, and where I was speaking to, and I'm going to quote myself, to the fact that when I first came to the Global Innovation Gathering in 2015, it was a really phenomenal and life-changing opportunity for me. I love this community. I love you guys. If no one ever told you, I love you. Okay. And I'll tell you why. I come from Zimbabwe, a very interesting country. I always describe it as a teapot-shaped country in Southern Africa. It does look like a teapot. And incidentally, I come from one of 10 provinces that is called Manicaland, where we do a lot of tea drinking as well. But the other thing that Manicaland is known for are people who are storytellers. So I'm going to manage myself so that I don't take too long. But my gig story is as simple as coming to Berlin for the very first time in 2015. And by that time, we had just co-founded with two really amazing friends, Bruce Kanyera and Sandra Chisepo. We just co-founded Eyes on Hub, running on a very interesting tagline, enterprise development in the digital world. We were pretty confident about enterprise development. We weren't too sure what exactly might be happening in the rest of the world, enterprise, digital-wise rather. And so it was really phenomenal to come into a community, and by then, the gig was 2 years old. It was toddling, but still very much amazing people. And I think a lot like Jay here, what I really enjoyed was seeing so many people who are innovators doing grassroots stuff from all over the world coming together. And at that time for us, all we were doing was running an incubation program each year, and we're only able to take in like 7 attendees and then do a 6-month program with them. And we thought this was amazing. We're doing amazing stuff, guys. We're doing okay. Because all we knew at that time, I think for those of us who were sort of early in the hub spaces, where, your Bongo Hives in Zambia, your iHub in Kenya, we used to call it the Mercedes-Benz of hubs, but I'd never met anybody else from hubs across the world. And so it was really fascinating, because I'll tell you, the first thing that I'll say I saw here was the future. And I know it sounds a little cheesy to say this, but it's that thing of coming from a country which is, incidentally for Zimbabwe, it's very easy for us to find it on a list because you just scroll all the way down. So we're literally last when it comes to the alphabet. So coming from a country named Z and then seeing all of these amazing things that are being done by people in spaces across the world. We only knew a hub as being an incubation space. I did not know a thing about what maker spaces are. But fast forward to where we are now, this is 8 years on from the time that we founded our own hub. And this is largely because of the inspiration I got from this community, the support. When we describe Eyes on Hub now, we speak of it as being an innovation space in Zimbabwe, an innovation and entrepreneurship space that works with makers, that works with, we call them MICs, M-I-C-S, makers, innovators, creatives, and then small business stroke startups. For every one of the 4 groups that we work with now, it is because we've had support from folks who are makers in this room. In introducing me, Geraldine did rightly speak of the fact that one of the things I did in my life was to run for public office for council in 2018. And I can tell you that other than the things that I learned from people who are running maker spaces here, innovators here who are supporting startups, was just getting support for the things that I do myself, and in that particular, and I was reminding Norris about this, that in that particular year, one of the things that I do, in African elections, you have to give people things. Like they want T-shirts, they want stuff. So I came up with the idea of giving them a small thing, which was a key holder. And I got this inspiration because we used to have gig key holders, right? And so I realized that these guys make them. And so he brought me a batch in 2018. We met up here in Berlin, and I took them to Harare, and they're still very popular. Now, I didn't win the election, but I did have the best bling, I'll tell you that. Compliments of the gig community. So I could talk about, if I had time, I would give you blow by blow each year. The many things, like Jay said, there are many things we've done together. What I know is 2015, that same year, we met here in April, May. By that same November, we were in Juba, a number of us from the gig community. I know Steve is not here yet, but many of us were in there, and we're helping to start up another hub, and supporting them and training. And then later that year in November, we met up, we were in London for Moz Fest. And I finally got to go to London, guys. Compliments of the gig community and the many collaborations we've done. Time will not allow me to tell of the many other things that we did in subsequent years, but I must highlight that one of the things that I really enjoyed was getting the opportunity
to curate, along with many other gig members, the first and only, I think, African Republica, which we did in 2018 in Accra, Ghana. And yours truly was a business innovation lead. And many of the things that I personally put on I do consulting work on the side, on my own LinkedIn, are a lot to do with things that I have done with people in this community. So indeed, we are what we create together. And I think in as much as I've inclined towards a lot of the things that we've benefited as Eyes on Hub, I'll tell you that for a lot of the activities we've done under each of the 4 aspects we treat is because we just simply pick from the gig a community. Oh, who's doing what? All right, who's a maker here? We get them to come to our space, help us. We get them to come in online. And we're also glad that we've also reciprocated as a hub. Whenever we are called in, I love talking about money and finance and how it intersects with technology. A lot of the people in the community know that they can count on me to be that person for them. And so indeed, I want to say that we are what we create together. But if you allow me, I also want to end on a very personal note and just really appreciate our founder here, Geraldine. We were called up just before I tweeted something, I'll still do it after, to say that I'm so privileged this particular afternoon to be moderated by someone who has taught me, I would say, about 97.85% of everything I know about moderating and speaking on an international panel. I was also taught in business school that whenever you push out a statistic in public, always put it to 2 decimal places. That way people will think you're more credible. So Geraldine, I just want to appreciate you this afternoon. She's really opened some amazing doors for me and a whole lot of other people that I believe are in this room. But I'll tell you that whenever I do moderate and whenever I speak in spaces of this nature, I do borrow a lot from the things that I've learned from you over the years. So thank you very much. We love and appreciate you. But back to the community. Earlier, before we came here, Jay and I were just joking about how it might be necessary that we do a gig alphabet. And it would be so nice because he would go first because his name is just a J. And then I'm Kudzai, I can just be a K. Perhaps it would be an activity we should do one of these days, A to Z of GIZ. Then we have, sorry, not GIZ, I do so much work for GIZ. I'm so sorry. I take that back. Of gig, 3 letters. But I want to just say, perhaps this could be a good time for us, Jay, to open this up and have other people speak too. Do we have time? No? Sure.
So, yeah, we do. And sorry, I've messed up all the microphones. I'm making your job so hard today. I'm so sorry. We do, but we also have the one person that's missing on stage right now as a video. So maybe we can hear George's video. Thank you.
Perhaps while we wait for her to come on, we are on Twitter, and our hashtag is please.
Thank you. I just made a note of that, actually.
See, I've learned everything I know from you, so please go ahead.
Wonderful, Kudzai. You can follow us on social media. We Are Gig is our handle, and that's also a hashtag that you can use today if you want to share things around the world. Maybe this is a good moment also to share love and appreciation. Round of applause with Chima, who's managing our communications and doing a wonderful job of that. Okay, well, in that case, I will do a tiny bit more housekeeping. We will have lunch right after this. Lunch is going to be served downstairs. I'm sure lots of you found it already getting coffee this morning, so that's where the food will be served. There's a nice terrace area outside as well. I think the day is shaped up a little bit if you want to step outside for some fresh air, and otherwise, of course, we have the foyer up here for you as well. I really hope you're all going to stay with us till after the lunch break as well. We have the keynote coming up by Peter Troxler after lunch. We also have 2 more sessions. One that I think is both are really important conversations to be had. The one on crisis response and how different maker and innovation spaces and communities can correspond to different kind of crisis around people being displaced through war and conflict, but also climate change. So I hope you're going to be there for that. And now, Georgia, over to you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jorge Nicolau.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jorge Nicolau. I'm speaking from São Paulo, Brazil. It's a bit cold here. I'm really sorry I can't be there, but please feel my love and my presence, because there's no place in the world I would rather be than there with you, celebrating 10 years of this amazing network, which I'm proudly part since day one, since we were Global Innovation Lounge. You probably see my youngest face with more collagen in the first video we made at Republica 10 years ago in 2013. A lot has happened in my life, but when I first met Geraldine through a common friend, I was working in the intersection between open technology, culture, communications, and politics. And one way or another, in different ways, I have been in the same intersection, let's say. And first within civil society, with a collective named House of Digital Culture, where I met, Philipp, Ricardo Ruiz, Gabriela Agostini, Gilberto Vieira, a lot of our Brazilian peers, and then also as a director of creative economy of the federal government, so as a public server, and then as a co-founder of Instituto Procomum, which is the NGO that I currently work, and I am the institutional director. We have a big and beautiful space called Lab Procomum, our citizen innovation lab. It's where a lot of gig partnerships have happened also, like Carables, or for example, most recently Lab Storm, where we partner with Casa Criatura. And our lab is a huge space for creativity, for people to get together, collaborate, for citizen-based solutions, and to develop methodologies that bring us together and that make us collaborate to see the world we want to see and make the world we want to see. So I think it's really like learning by doing, doing by learning, and creating the commons, which is the thing that I'm passionate about. So collective action, that thing between state and the market, that thing that sustains life, our relationships, our interdependence, the way these invisible lines that bring us together, the fact that, there's only possibility of collective life if all of us are involved and engaged in happening. And really also marked by the extreme inequality of my country, but at the same time, the extreme beauty that comes out of people that develop solutions with a lot of creativity and solidarity. And I think that all of us has a lot to share. And I'm really happy to serve as a supervisory board member for some years now at the GIG, and see that, in a lot of ways, all of us are creating spaces for people to get together and use their creativity to do things that are good for more than yourself, right? We get together to create things that can actually create real change in face of a number of complexities and challenges that the world we live in is facing us also. And GIG has been a big part of my life, and every year I would wait to May to go to Berlin and to be with these amazing people, to dance, to hug, to laugh, to create programs, projects, to discuss, politics, discuss technology, to learn new things. I have done lifelong friends for all over the world, and you know who you are. I've been to places together, And every time I think about gig, my heart is full of, love and moments and memories that we created together. And I'm so proud of, 10 years later, that we're still here, that we are bigger, that there are a lot of people that I don't know, that I'm wishing to know. I'm pretty sure we're gonna meet again soon. And I really, really hope that you celebrate a lot, because there's been a lot of things, there's been a long path, but a beautiful path, and that deserves a lot of celebration and a big congratulations. And I'm really happy to be, a part of this story. And I'm sending you lots of love and a big, big thank you for everything you've given me in the last years. And also, if I am who I am now, it's also because of you. So thank you. I hope you have a lot of fun and see you soon. Ciao.
I feel like we're all cried out. And maybe it's time for lunch to freshen up a little bit. So let's do that now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Kudzai. Thank you, Georgia. You all mean so much to me, and knowing you and working together has just been fantastic, and I look forward to doing that for the next 10 and many more years to come. So thank you all for being part of this. Like I said, we'll now have lunch, 45-minute lunch break, and then we'll resume our program here on stage at 2 p.m. Looking forward to seeing you back here then. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I very much hope you enjoyed the break and caught a little bit of sunshine outside. There's so much sunshine in here already filling our hearts, so I'm glad it's also shining for us, and I hope you had a good break and are back now with full energy for the second half of our program. I'm very much looking forward to the 3 sessions that we still have coming up for you and our little closing here on stage. Just a little bit of an outlook. We still have a panel talking about how different innovation spaces, maker spaces, innovators can support crisis response in different ways. And we also have a session where we want to talk about policy, connecting grassroots initiative, ecosystems, makers with policymakers, and the different experiences that people have had trying to do so, particularly from Brazil and Kenya. So that's coming up, but now we are very excited. I am very excited for our after-lunch keynote, which is going to be held by Peter Troxler. Peter Troxler is, for those of you working in open technology, of course, a big name, as he's been so fundamental in shaping many of the ideas that we are working on in different projects today. He's a research professor working on revolution in manufacturing at the Rotterdam University of Applied Sciences, and has been studying the impact of new and digital technologies and methods such as 3D printing, the existence of fab labs, the different machines that go in them, design and manufacturing for many years now. And that's why it's fantastic to have him here. He's also on the advisory board of our MAKE project, which is one of our Horizon projects looking at distributed manufacturing, which is why it's fantastic to have Peter here today speaking on the topic of distributed manufacturing in connection to open source. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've got 15 minutes or 20 minutes or 3 hours. So it's always a difficult slot to be in after lunch, because lunch was brilliant, thank you. I'm talking about distributed manufacturing today, and I'm asking the question, is distributed manufacturing there thanks to open source hardware? I've given this talk a few times before in various contexts, even once with the Belgian Society of Engineers. They seem to be interested in exactly this question. As you told the audience, I've been with Fab Labs since 2007. I've been the editor, the executive editor of the book Open Design Now, which we launched in this city in 2011. So that's about the time I've been working in and thinking about distributed manufacturing, particularly in the area of Fab Labs, and connected all those open source ideas. I will talk on 3 topics in the coming few minutes. First, a little bit of history, because this is a historical moment today. 10 years of gig. Congratulations. Very well done. And you all know, the future has just begun. I'll talk a little bit about my findings in my studies, and I would like to consider 3 elements about distributed manufacturing that are particularly relevant, I think, in the context of gig. And there is one thought in there that I didn't include in earlier presentations, which gig made me include. So thank you to that. History. It's not only 10 years of gig, it's 30 years of open source hardware. You see there, 1993, the taper radio amateur community is probably the first documented open source hardware community in modern times. I guess there's a lot of open source and sharing that has gone on before 1993, obviously. Such as blast furnaces in England were a collective endeavor until some guy started to patent them. Like early airplanes were a collective endeavor. You see there the photo of the first flight of the White brothers, which lasted some 70 seconds or 90 seconds, something like that. This was a shared endeavor. People were copying their designs to be able to start to fly. until some clever guy started to patent them. And you see a very ancient computer. Somebody in the room recognizes this beauty, the PDP-10. That was just before, particularly the Americans thought that you should be able to copyright protect software, which led to a few guys revolting, probably well known, which led to the workhorses of the web today, like the Apache HTTP server, which is really one of the workhorses making the World Wide Web work, which is open source. Or the infamous Log4j, known for its flaws and troubles, which is a little engine that's used everywhere to just log what's going on. Fast forward to open source hardware. You've seen on an earlier slide that comes the 21st century, comes associations that want to deal with, work with, promote open source hardware. And we all know those nice examples. Certainly the RepRap, kind of an icon of open source hardware. On the right-hand side, you see the electronics boards, the Arduino, the Raspberry Pi, the microbit used in education a lot, used in hobby projects, in art projects a lot. Left bottom is a very nice example that ties into the repair discussion. Bang & Olufsen produced beautiful speakers in the 70s and 80s. But now their amplifiers are all wireless. So the speakers are essentially hard to connect, except that Bang & Olufsen came up with an open source board that you can add to the speakers to make them wireless. So no need to throw your beautiful B&O speakers away. And bottom center, another favorite project of mine, this really comes from science. This comes from CERN in Geneva. It's called the White Rabbit Project. And it's basically some kind of like a stopwatch for elementary particles. All the sensors in CERN are connected through internet. And we know that internet is not actually a technology that is very good at timing, because it was actually designed to not depend on time. So with the White Rabbit Project, CERN made the Ethernet technology time sensitive. And they produced this stopwatch, as I call it, in open source for a good reason. They wanted it quickly and they wanted it to work. So they made their designs open source so suppliers could chime in and tell them, if you change the circuit like this or like that, it's going to work better. Electronics engineers understand what I'm talking about, right? Other examples of open source hardware are here, and this is in hardcore open source hardware circles a very controversial picture, because in the center this cargo bike is not exactly open source, but the makers use the term open source to brand their thing as cool. Similar story with the Local Motors, this car on the left-hand side, where they tried to go into venture capital with open source hardware and failed. Logically, that's the system. On the right-hand side, a very known example, you see those tables in many co-working spaces. The company is called Open Desk, because they started with designing an open source desk. And they really established a network of distributed manufacturers across the globe where you can order those desks and get them manufactured locally. Or if you own a CNC mill and are handy enough, you can build them yourselves. We do have in the meantime a DIN, Deutsche Industrienorm spec, defining the vocabulary of open source hardware. So things are moving, And sometimes we think things are moving slowly with open source hardware because we had those quick things in open source software. This is not always the case. On the left-hand side, you see the development of Python, and on the right-hand side, you see the evolvement from the RepRap in 2006 to 2012, and you see the sort of many hundreds of 3D printers that were designed on the basis of the RepRap. I'll come to that back in a minute. But now I'd like to touch on 3 relevant issues when we talk about open source hardware, which are exactly relevant for distributed manufacturing. So the first is that one. When you look at distributed and not your centralized factory, you will have to deal with very different environments and very different knowledge, capabilities, and capacities of manufacturing. On the left-hand side, your typical Fab Lab CNC mill. In the center, an industrial CNC mill. And on the right-hand side, manual carpentry. That's the range of capacities you probably will have to deal with when dealing with distributed manufacturing. So you get difference in capacities, difference in standards, and difference in understanding what you mean by quality. Another issue. Funny anecdote, in 2012, I think, I was organizing an open source hardware track at the Open Knowledge Festival in Helsinki. And we invited this guy, Taylor Hawkinson, from the US, because he built this open source desktop CNC table mill. And we wanted to have a workshop to build exactly that mill. So he arrived with his drawings, and the first thing he had to do is to convert the drawings from imperial to metric. That done, he went shopping for standard materials. But the standard MDF that he used, even when converted to metric, was just not available in Finland. They have other standard thicknesses of MDF sheets. So in terms of materials, you're challenged with availability. And I mean, you guys from Africa know much better than me here in rich Berlin or Rotterdam what material availability means. You're looking at standards, as I explained in the example, and you're obviously looking at circularity of materials. Distributed manufacturing has been studied ages ago. This is a study from 10 years ago, where specialists at IBM analyzed a hearing aid, a mobile phone, an industrial display, and a washing machine, and compared centralized manufacturing to distributed manufacturing. And they found out that with distributed manufacturing, the cost per piece would go down about 23%. The minimum volume of production would go down 90%. That is an indicator for how big or small your factory can be. And they looked at the carbon footprint. And, well, it went down for the hearing aid. It went down for the mobile phone. It went slightly up for industrial displays. And it went up for washing machines. So there's another challenge, again, related to materials used in question. Here on the right-hand side is, again, the genealogy, difficult word after lunch, of the RepRap. And you know, that first dot is the initial RepRap, and the lines are the different families of 3D printers that were made. So you see in the top a photo of colleagues in Utrecht in a Fab Lab assembling one of the RepRap models, from which came, bottom left, the first Ultimaker, from which also come the latest Prusa models. So what we see here is that open source hardware likes to fork. And this could be because of engineers suffer sometimes from the not invented here syndrome. They just know better. But it might also be due to localization, that stuff just works differently in different places. And I think that to me is the important thought about gig. You're well aware of that those local differences do matter. And there's a big challenge when you look at those fanning out genealogies of open source hardware. How do we organize federated learning across those families? When Prusa detects something that's really clever, how does Ultimaker notice that this would be really clever for them as well? So, we did some research on open source hardware and entrepreneurship and businesses and stuff that happened. And we found essentially 3 things. The first thing is, and that ties back basically to the repair discussion we had this morning. When we think about value, it's not value creation anymore. It's value conservation. So we think not in linear ways of production, but in circular ways of production. The second is, when we look at supply chain, traditional manufacturer look at me, the focal firm, most important, I make money, like the BMWs in the discussion this morning. And the suppliers and the clients, well, you screw the suppliers to supply as cheaply as possible, and you screw the customers to pay as much as possible. Open source hardware entrepreneurs see the supply side and the customer side very much as a community. Oh, have we heard that word before? Gig. This is a very important thought, and I'll come back to that at the very end, so hang on. The distributed manufacturing, which I had in my title, I think I need to change after today and change it into networked manufacturing. Because we're not thinking of something centrally and then distribute it, go and execute. We need to take into context the local entanglement of the network. Hey, gig, that's you. So we've seen open source hardware happening, a lot of 3D print entrepreneurs. That was one study I did. We've seen, for instance, the WikiHow, a very beautiful project, where you see the local adaptation of the initial model. We've got the infrastructures in Fab Labs and makerspaces and offene Werkstätten, etc. And we've seen distributed manufacturing happening very quickly in situations of crisis. And it's very funny that you programmed exactly this panel after my talk. I did a little study into the makers' response to COVID in Europe. And what I found there, yes, the distributed or networked manufacturing, that worked. It kicked in very quickly. And the network was able to produce massive amounts of stuff, useful stuff, not just your Star Wars figurines. Hey, hey. But it also collapsed very quickly when resources ran out. Resources in terms of material, resources in terms of time, resources in terms of people, resources in terms of personal energy. Andrew Lamb's story. So, again, gig, keep that in mind. What to do? And that's my second last slide. This is a sort of theoretical way to look at designing developed by Buchanan in 2001. This model goes from low to high complexity. Again, this topic that Andrew touched up this morning. And as we move from low complexity to high complexity, we think first about things, about experiences, about transformations. And we're not just designing symbols or products. We're designing interactions, and we're designing systems and systems of systems. And this brings the whole theory together. You see the symbols, the products, the interactions. We think about community, the systems, value systems, the localized entanglement, the design global, manufacturing local paradigm. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Peter. Do we have one or two questions that want to be asked immediately? I hope you're going to also be with us at Seabase and tomorrow, so that we'll have plenty of time to quiz you about everything that you shared. So if I don't see a hand, okay, I knew your hand would go.
Thank you. I like thank you, Peter, for your presentation. I like the idea of network local manufacturing. We used that expression, network local manufacturing, in my previous organization because people understood it better than distributed manufacturing. One of the things that I wonder about the way that mainstream industry uses distributed manufacturing versus how, say, the open movement uses distributed manufacturing. And you hear a lot about, I'm going to a major sort of mainstream manufacturing conference next week in the exhibition centre in Birmingham. And hundreds and hundreds of people at this massive trade show, and there's an entire section on distributed manufacturing. But what it means is we, the Lego company, because I like Lego, we can control the machines in the Czech Republic without ever leaving Denmark. That's what distributed manufacturing means, I think, to them. Do you have a view of how? Do you have visibility of how mainstream manufacturing sees distributed manufacturing? How is that different to the way the open world sees it?
I mean, mainstream manufacturing is exactly your Lego thing. And they dream of having the dark factory. No people around. Oh, we've been dreaming about that since the 80s. So luckily, that's not going to happen, not even with the technology that we've got around these days. So they're not at all about taking into account local circumstances. And I see a small but existent danger in the open source hardware community that they start to mimic this center-out paradigm in setting standards, global standards, that everybody who needs to participate in open or wants to participate in open source hardware needs to follow. And I think we need to figure out how to formulate standards differently so that they can be adaptable to local circumstances, but still support what I call federative learning, so that we know which kind of experience is valuable to share in the network and which kind of experience is best kept local.
Hello.
Hi.
My question may be somehow old, but I would like to ask you from your experience. For the open hardware and open source things, we are in this field. But I would like to ask from your experience, how to keep this type of innovation and this type of activity sustainable? Because gig can provide a lot of support for goodness, for how to understand ourselves as humans, and how to support ourselves, and how to develop, and even how to solve issues like the pandemic and everything. But all the time there is a materialized part, how to make it sustainable, especially in countries that don't have that much support for innovation, because they may not similar to some countries with capitalism, where companies can need to be to maintain their market share through innovation, adding feature for their products. If the countries or other part of world don't have this type of competition, which be the fuel for innovation, what can we do? Thank you.
Right. I think we need to be clear on one thing. This idea of innovation that moves the economy on in capitalist manufacturing, that's a myth they make us believe. They do innovate, but they only market the first single step. And you know, the best known example is Apple with its iPhone. I think to answer your question, which is like similar to one of the questions we had this morning around repair, I think we need to start think differently about the economy, and add another model of thinking to the capitalist thinking and the market thinking of the economy. And this is a very ancient principle, the principle of the commons. And the principle of the commons is long-term stewardship for shared resources, collective stewardship for shared resources. And that's the opposite model to the BMWs and the iPhones. And that's not only the material we build stuff from, that's equally and probably more importantly relevant for food, for well-being, for education. And that's a big shift to move from the pure market economy thinking with as little regulation as possible to an economy that is built on principles of the commons, where also this local entanglement can be built into the local rules that people follow.
Yeah, no, I think that you just answered that, but it was related with this entanglement of symbols, products, interactions, and systems. And the quick response of the maker community, but also the quick exhaustion. Like, okay, we can do a lot of things, but I think that we are having problems with care, like how we care about ourselves, our communities, and I think that we will need some kind of economy of caring to create something that goes beyond just economy as we have it. So I was thinking about, like, in this entanglement of designs, how you can create, or can you expand on the idea of designing caring in the communities and making this another kind of economical layer, if you want, or value layer that allow us to not only do a quick response, but do a sustained one. Yep. Can you expand on that?
I think we have seen elements of that in the repair manifestos this morning. We see elements of this outside on the poster about critical making. And I would suggest you all check out the house rules of Fab Lab Wellington. Because in the process of setting up their house rules, they went and worked with the indigenous community. And those people were actually much more able to bring in exactly those aspects that we sort of organized out of our markets. So that's 3 possible starting points.
Thank you so much. There's a bunch of more questions, but I'm afraid that's all we're going to have time for. So you're just going to have to come to Seabase or join the Gig Community Day tomorrow at Spreefeld to ask Peter more stuff. Thank you so much for being here with us, traveling all the way to be here.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, of course, like all of our speakers, except Sandra, myself, and Max that you saw earlier on the stage traveled, of course, especially to be at this event. And it's, I think, really fantastic. I think also the connections between the conversations we're having are becoming apparent. And I hope this is going to be also a point that all of you who are not yet members of GIG, that you maybe want to connect with our community further beyond this event. So if you're not yet a member and you're interested in learning more about us and seeing how to connect, please approach any one of us you've seen on stage as members or want to identify themselves otherwise off stage as well. Come and talk to the team. Maybe we can have a quick raise of hands. Fadia, Chaima, Sandra, Kirsten. So we're all around in case you want to learn more about GIG after we get off stage as well. With that, I would like to continue with the next panel discussion. And as was already announced, we're now going to talk about how different kinds of innovation spaces, innovators and makers can make a contribution to crisis response. And I want to get our panelists and start the conversation on stage right away. So please allow me to introduce them to you, our four fabulous people who will join me. You already got a small sneak peek earlier of Emilio Velis. He is the Executive Director of the Apropedia Foundation, which has a special focus on sustainability, international development. And and Emilio has worked in those different areas and connecting those different areas with the aim of creating more traction around open movements and social impact. He's also the chapter lead of Creative Commons in El Salvador, where he is based, and a board member of the Internet Society El Salvador as well. It's fantastic to have you here, Emilio, and fantastic to have you part of this GIG. Please give him a big, there you are, big round of applause. Come on stage. I would also like to have a huge applause, please, for Charlotte Kigezo. She is a mental wellness advocate. One moment. She's a mental wellness advocate and somebody who really, the moment we met in Nakuru when we had the GIG event there together with Rogue that was mentioned earlier, which was wonderfully organized by Vicky, I was just in awe of Charlotte's work. She is a psychologist, a spoken word artist, and does really fundamental work at Platform Africa, which is an innovation space located in the refugee camp, Rhino Camp. And she's obviously supporting mental health work there, has focused also on different vulnerable groups, sexual minorities in her work, and assists the community in Rhino Camp, but also other communities with her work. It's really fantastic that you made it all the way to Berlin, and please, huge welcome on stage. Big round of applause, please, for Aziz Wadi, who's been working for a number of years now in the humanitarian aid field. He has been working at Field Ready and is now also working with GIG on the Tolokar project. And it's fantastic to have you here. Welcome on the stage, Aziz. And finally, I'm so sorry, there's one person I haven't been able to greet off stage yet, but I'm thrilled that you're here as well. Konstantin Leonenko has been involved in Fab Lab movement for over 13 years now. Konstantin has launched numerous labs in the Ukraine and United Kingdom and is also connected to the Tolokar project. It's really great to have you all here. I'm really excited about this conversation. You are all working in different ways to support communities that have been affected by crises, and you are providing spaces for them, and you are giving them access to your expertise, access to community members, access to, in some cases, machines, when it's about access to fab labs, maker spaces, etc. So in a first round, I really want to welcome you to share more about your work and how you are doing this with your different communities. Maybe we'll start on the far end of the panel with you, Konstantin. Some of you have also brought some pictures for us to look at. So if you want those shown, then the wonderful Philipp from Tech Support will help us show them. Konstantin, it's really great to have you here.
Thank
of
you,
course,
Geraldine.
as I said, you're from Ukraine, and the crisis that people in your country are affected for is, of course, the horrible war of aggression that Russia is leading against your country. So this is a very stark example of how maker spaces can contribute to supporting their communities in times of crisis. Can I invite you to share how you're doing that?
Yes, please. Okay, so that's the previous version of the slides. Unfortunately, I had a couple more slides in there. There's no first slide, no? There was a bit context setting. But okay, basically war is kind of a very special kind of crisis. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, war is a very special kind of crisis in a way, and just kind of to make it quick, Toloka project is mobile makerspaces, Fab Lab, like some of they're quite different. Some of them are just like normal workshops, some of them are more focused towards digital fabrication. So I'll give you a quick tour of how the project evolved. This is the first Toloka that was on the ground operating in Ukraine already in May 2022, which is lightning speed in the humanitarian context. In big thanks to Vicky for making it happen, to setting the ground for it, and being able to convince humanitarian organizations and funds to invest into such infrastructure. So the first CADUS mobile lab was used to convert a bus into a mobile intensive care unit that was transporting wounded soldiers from the front lines to the appropriate places for care. That was the first immediate response. Further labs, further makerspaces, further Tolokas, they were equipped more with kind of rebuilding renovation tools, more focused towards carpentry and metalwork. So they were used to help develop this kind of renovate spaces for internally displaced people, to build furniture. They can see the designer and further other makerspaces were mobilizing themselves to just create, again, facilitate internally displaced people and families. And this is an example of kids' playground that was developed by one of my previous colleagues from Donetsk. Some more quick and but not dirty, and very clean furniture designs. All of this stuff was made with so much love and care that no mass-produced objects and no mass-produced solutions could facilitate. Then the third round of Tolokas, when I joined the project already, was already focused much more on digital fabrication. And here's us teaching a 3D modeling and 3D printing class during a complete blackout. We were running off the batteries that Tolokas have. Here's a workshop that we were doing to recycle vape batteries into emergency lights. Here's one interesting solution that was sourced from the network about it's a very low-cost, quick design for building insulated windows. Basically, it's plastic foil, PVC pipes, and it makes a triple chamber insulated window that can be installed in 15 minutes and made to any size. We've been doing consultancy workshops to help develop new labs. So there on the left, you can see space in one of the schools, and on the right is this space a couple of months later turned into a complete new lab. We've been doing replication workshops so that kids build their own 3D printers, printing. This is a little bit going into heritage work and kind of bringing the Ukrainian music making heritage into the digital age, so that these ocarinas made by famous Ukrainian luthier and wind instrument maker. Reed maker, I think, is the key word. Yay, Vicky. so that they would be able to be replicated in all the labs and schools where we install them. So briefly, the idea I want to try to communicate here is that how the project has been adapting from immediate urgent response to slightly longer term support to much longer term vision into rebuilding the country and supporting the community. Yeah, that's my quick overview.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. Incredible work, and really great that you're here to represent it for us. Aziz, maybe I can ask you to do two things at the same time, because you have been working in different contexts on crisis response, both from the place where you have been located, your place of origin, as well as in connection with the Tolokar project now. So perhaps you can share your perspective on how makerspaces, innovation spaces, these kind of approaches can support for crisis response from both these perspectives.
Yes, thank you. It's working? Yeah, okay, thank you. So let me start from 2018. It was the time I joined this work. It was the first time I met Andrew Lab over Skype. And I started working with Field Ready as a technical lead. So, in fact, I worked in many places around the world supporting like makers and supporting many projects to complete. And then I had the chance to work on the designing phase of Tolokar project. And now I'm working with GIG to support the Tolokar project. So this is briefly me. And about the second part of your question, like through my work in Field Ready and also with the Tolokar team, like the kind of response we are doing to crisis would raise the question about what is innovation and what is the right way to respond to different crises. So like, it's not about making and printing colorful stuff using the 3D printer or making some complex shape that you have to spend some time fixing using the laser cutter or something like that. So when we are thinking about response, we are thinking about the need. So the maker spaces and fab labs can be easily tailored to the need that's happening on the ground, which is the real innovation about this work. We understand the need, then we put the design, and then we can produce to fill the need. This is really important to understand because this shifts us from making things as prototyping to some kind of production. We need to produce things. It's not customized production. It's not a job production. It's not a mass production. It's specifically production for a specific need. Whenever we understand this type of production and this type of work, then we can be innovative to the crisis that happens on the ground. In fact, the approach that maker spaces and fab labs provide, which is the flexible approach and the openness, can make it easy for people to respond locally to their needs. And when we say locally, it should be connected to the local needs. It should be understood by how people understand their needs and what is really needed on the ground. Then we can change our production plan, change our thoughts, change our designs to the need that exists on the ground. So I think this is the most important concept and idea about how maker spaces can contribute to crisis response. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you may applaud for all this fantastic work being done. Charlotte, like I said, the minute I met you, I was so incredibly impressed with the work that you do, and I thought, like, oh, this makes so much sense. Every space should have a person of your skill set and your qualification. And of course, in the like every maker space, every innovation space. And some of the conversations that we had in Nakuru really made me understand so many layers of why this would be useful, supporting entrepreneurs in their struggles whilst they're bootstrapping and frustrated with their companies not working out, or people who feel lonely sometimes because we're innovators and makers in a world that, as was said earlier, has so many complexities and bureaucracies and things we need to deal with. But you have a very special setting also that you're in. And anyway, I'm talking too long now. I want to let you share, of course, what does your work look like at Rhino Camp? Maybe you can let us in and share a little bit.
Hello. I'm an energy bomb. It's on my CV. So whenever it's on LinkedIn. Apparently LinkedIn is our new CV now. So I work within, the work I do currently is, we started, and this was under Rogue Agency, AskNet, the AskNet project, where we sat down and noticed there are not enough therapists or psychologists in the world in the refugee camps. So what can we do to fill that gap? I think a little background is that I think we've noticed all of us are talking about open space, open culture, creation, but none of us are talking about mental health. None of us are talking about mental well-being. I remember Andrew was here. Yeah, and Mamitzsch, was it Andrew? If I got it right, yeah, burnout, and my question was, then how do we deal with burnout? You're the ones helping other people who need help. Most of us are working in very critical spaces. It's either a war zone, it's either a place with tough rules or regulations, it's someone oppressing someone. How are we taking care of other people that need care? How are we filling our cups in order to fill other people's cups? So we created something within the refugee space that we called Trainers of Trainers, where we just community mental health response. Because while you're teaching young boys and girls or young people about computers, the person is traumatized. So how is that knowledge going to sit in? While you're talking to young girls about technology, they have very low self-esteem because they've been taught technology is for boys. So how are you allowing that young girl to feel comfortable within that creation space? And that's what we started doing with Rogue Agency, AskNet, then Gig. And what we have been doing is simply creating spaces where you can allow these community members to feel human enough. Human enough to see that the work they're doing is valuable. Because you can't tell me I'm a refugee who is in a foreign country, you're teaching me computers, but I have to first go home and deal with the war. Unfortunately, we know what South Sudan is like right now. Things haven't really changed. No one should lie to you. Read the internet, of course, sources that make sense. Things haven't really changed, yeah? There's still war. I still have to go home, and with all my computer, I have to remind my father that I can't get married right now because I want this to happen. Those are still cultural things that are happening, and it's not just Africa. I like how people limit it to no. These are cultural things that are all over the world. You're a young girl by the age of 15, right now at least with 20, you should be married. But how is my mental health catered for me to feel human enough to do those things? And that's what we started doing, creating spaces in which refugees felt like humans, not humans who are from war, not humans who don't have a home, not human beings. Beyond everything else, I'm a human being. And we started, I think, if you've read Rogue under Defy Hate Now, they have the, why am I forgetting? The field guide. And in 2018, I was able to contribute to the field guide where we had a sector on trauma healing. Information that we can share out. How can you use storytelling for trauma healing? Everyone who came on this stage was telling a story. How can you use those stories for trauma healing? How can you use spaces where people are creating as spaces for conversation and healing? How can I be building a 3D printer while having healing conversations? So while we think about technology, psychology is important. Your psyche is what holds all the technology, all the algorithms, all the mathematics. Your psyche is mind, psyche is brain, is what holds all that. So at the end of the day, if your mind is filled with mathematics, where do you get time to tell yourself, I care about myself, I love myself, in order to tell that child, that refugee child that you're going to train, I care about you? you matter. So that's how we came in, as theoretical as it seems, but we extend a hand, and through that we've created trainings of trainers, where I teach community peer-to-peer counseling. Peer-to-peer counseling is just basic, small counseling of how we can create space to listen to each other. It doesn't do anything, it doesn't heal any disorders, it doesn't treat anything. It just creates a space to be heard, to be listened to, and to be understood. With that, we were able to extend the training past just healing and trauma into creating inclusive spaces for open culture, training, and creation, yes? So this means how I think most of us have walked into rooms and it's full of boys. But girls know how to fix things too. Girls want to fix things too. We want to repair things too, yeah? So we started, and I remember when Steve told me we're going to do a training. We called it the Feminist Cafe. I think we have a cafe, you people shall attend. But we called it the Feminist Cafe for the mere fact that for a long time, anytime we would train, the list we had was boys. Anytime we'd do a call out, it was boys. Guess what the first class for that training was? Self-esteem. I know, like, how do you teach self-esteem? You teach acceptance, and then the person learns self-esteem. So our very first training was a very long questionnaire, me asking girls about themselves. Let me tell you, I've never seen a bunch of confused people like that. When you ask someone something as simple as, what do you love about yourself? And that was a tough question to answer. But that's how you start self-esteem. That's how you allow a person to recognize their existence. Because most times, everything we know about ourselves, we've heard from someone. So for yourself, what do you know about yourself? And with the continuation of that, we now have a very long list of young girls wanting to join repair. Young girls doing repair. Why? Because we started by allowing them to recognize that they are human beings. That is literally what my work is. Allowing people to notice that they are human, and in the humanness, they can contribute to open culture in the humanness that they are. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. I think it's really obvious without commenting, but I'm going to comment anyway, how profound this work is for and with people, communities who have lost everything, left so much behind, to be able to see themselves this way. And thank you so much for explaining this super important concept of open culture, which kind of goes hand in hand with the concepts that we're sharing about open technology today as well. Emilio, I'm so glad to have you back on stage. I hope this isn't a horrible thing to say, but some countries or some regions have temporary moments of crisis. Other countries seem to exist in a permanent kind of crisis. And I think in the society that you're based in and you're also working with, there are many of like we're talking now so much about converging crises as well. So whether it's about safety issues, about climate issues, so many things to address at the same time. So can you share a little bit about the work and how you're doing it that you're representing today?
Yes. Can I ask for the clicker, please? Yeah, so as I mentioned before, I work for Appropedia, but for many years, I started working on international development, and lots of that work had to do with disaster response and relief, volunteer work, and then that crossed paths with technology, the open movement. So I bring in a little of both, and I did some work on mesh networks communications in El Salvador, and then game design for natural disasters. Then we did it for violence prevention. So I got a little bit of different areas of work, and I wanted to share a few ideas on the things that we learned. All the people in the group of makers that worked together were similar in the sense that we all had done community work before being makers. And first idea, I have three. The first one is there's a heavy burden on being reliable on the things that we're creating. And that is something that we have to think about, because these are people's lives that we're thinking of saving. And there's always the savior complex that can just come in with being a maker, right? We've found that the moment of crisis is not necessarily the moment to test whether things work or not. And we have to think of these things before. Disaster response, for example, has many different aspects: prevention, mitigation. So the crisis can be a moment for people who are prepared to do that work. And there can be makers doing that, but there has to be preparation. And I have this example. They used to be videos, but we were doing this workshop in a community called Donal, and at the same time there was heavy rain, right? And we were in a safe community center, but I took the video of the two spaces because we were thinking, they might be thinking their houses can be flooding, So you're doing some sort of work. Oh, let's do this workshop. Let's co-create, and then people have real things to think about, right? They have their families, they have, and they're giving you their time. And in our work, we always thought of that. So there are moments where we have really good ideas, and good ideas take time to develop sometimes. And if we can do that, if we can take that time, it's important to do it. But it's also important to get the funding to do these projects before the crisis comes, right? And to have them ready. So that's a call for people who want to fund these projects, to not wait for the crisis to arrive. And then this is another one, we made some designs that were ugly, and they were probably going to break in a moment of crisis, right? But then there's moments to do diagnostics, to teach skills for technology to different groups, and then secondly, that it's not only about the technical, and it's important to think about the social dynamics. Lots of the work that we did had to do with families that had day jobs, and they were super tired after work coming in to work with us because they believed in our work. And we were working with different groups in communities. And it happens after natural disasters that there are people who say, no, we're not going to trust the government or the municipality. We're going to do our own thing. And maybe we're being funded by the government or the municipality. So how do we deal? We enter these spaces where there are all these dynamics. And we have to be smart about how we do it, and we have to be professional, right? So I think that makers that work in crisis have to learn about all this area of work. And yeah, to be mindful that the things that we are teaching are not only technical skills. They have to be life skills, and they have to address the concerns that come with the crisis. In some cases, some of the technological projects that we had in mind had some underlying, things that people could learn about how to assemble. For example, in this image here, we designed the game. We threw away all technology, and we designed a card game for people to co-design emergency kits. Right, and this kit actually was reused by Public Lab, and I think funding from National Geographic was given to people in Texas. So it just grew from a very simple idea that came from a game that used technology before, we used to do, so the kinds of things that we did in this project specifically, which is the Labs for Resilience, which was a project funded by USAID in San Salvador. We went to these urban communities. We set up makerspaces, and we would teach, for example, the kids electronics, using Arduino, programming, and then the older people, we would teach them resilience, monitoring, disaster response, and then we would bring them together to work. We found at one point of the workshop, of the project, that the older generation and the younger generation were having some misconceptions about the work that they were doing. So we would create workshops where they would work together and use technology or technology design as ways of creating a better context, right? So we were using technology more as a catalyzer for better community response. And then finally, focusing on know-how. In many cases, what we bring into the community after the project leaves, after the funding leaves, has to translate into something usable. So this is one example of one of the labs that we set up. This was like, I don't know, Lord of the Flies case where children took over the community center because the adults didn't want to be part of any work. So we had lots of 16, 17-year-old kids who were doing all the workshops. So they learned about community response, electronics, programming, etc. And we came some years ago, and we have a photo with Andrew Lamb, who came last October, visited San Salvador. So we went there. It's not the same place. And if you see, it's like the same material in a different space because the kids got kicked out. They took the makerspace, the machines, 3D printers, everything, and they asked the municipality for new space. And they set it up. They're using the machines for different things. Some of them are working with a local Fab Lab. So we don't know what will happen after we leave and after the money runs out. So we have to make sure that the know-how stays with them and be able to give them the creativity to use the skills to do different things in the future.
Thank you so much. I want to ask 2-3 questions and then open it up because there are many people in this room who are doing work of equal, equal impact, equal approaches with their communities. It became very apparent in all your interventions how the work that you're doing, co-creating crisis response with your communities, is very different to the way that traditional crisis response or humanitarian aid organizations work. I'd like to learn from all of you, whoever wants to share, how do you interface? So funding already came up as a topic, of course, but where do you see ways to interface in impactful ways with more traditional organizations, with your work? Where can it be complementary? Where can that work together? Do you want to go first?
So one thing is, I think I normally call Uganda a non-governmental organization because the whole of Uganda is running on non-governmental organizations. So one thing that we started doing with Platform Africa is anytime we had any activities with the community, we involved any government bodies. So we told them, if you're not going to send the commissioner, send an assistant. And don't send just one, send us 3. And reason for that was every time we went to the United Nations Refugee Council, because they help in Uganda with that, and told them, we would like for you to deploy more psychologists within the refugee camps, they would tell us, we don't have resources, we have left that to the agencies that we have allowed to work in the camp, we don't see it as such a big need. I'm like, people who have come from war, you don't see that as a, okay? So what initially now started rippling into is that those government bodies that were within the camp, anytime an organization came up and said, we are here to offer psychological support, they would not force, but they would more like encourage them to come up with a system where their psychologists in the team were in the camp at least twice a week. Because again, living in the camp is for the strong, so most of them would not want to stay within the camp centers. Most of these psychologists move, they're changed, they're switched, and we know when it comes to mental health, it's about trust. So we encourage them that if you're going to send psychologists within the camp, come up with a system where you maintain that information so that when a therapist leaves or a psychologist leaves, that information can be passed on to the next psychologist that has come to replace that psychologist so that you can build more sustainable and long-term support. So for us, it's been really intentional with getting government bodies on board because they're the ones who control what organizations come in or come out and literally training them and following up on objectives that we present to them.
Thank you.
You can, the slide?
Can we bring back number 2, please?
The third slide, please. Third one.
I think you can use the clicker.
Yeah, sorry, it's the same file. Yeah, okay. No? Where?
Sorry, can you do without the slide? There we
Okay.
go.
So, okay, to answer your question, I would say the first point is to focus on the need. So this is really important because like I noticed that this could make a big difference and a big change. So the first thing we need to focus on the need and then to justify the needs and put the most important first. Like, I just want to briefly to talk about those two cases because they are really related to what we are talking about. On the left side, it's like this is from North Syria, and like after each airstrike, people will be trapped under the debris. And like the setup of any crane, the setup of any heavy machine that can be used to remove or to lift the debris will take time and also will make more harm. Because usually because of the high mass of those machines will affect more on trapped people. So like we start thinking about what we can do and we get ourselves focused to the problem and start thinking about an innovative thing that we can do to solve this problem from local available material. And the guys and the engineers in Syria came up with this airbag which can lift up to 5 tons, and it took something like 2 minutes to set it up. And in 2019, 35 persons were saved using this air rescue bag. The other example is was in Lebanon after the Beirut port blast. And like many people were outside their homes, they could not go back to their homes because they don't have any furniture. So it was a simple need, but it was a real need. So they wanted to have furniture for their houses. So instead of like thinking about buying new furniture, instead of like starting a campaign for donating new furniture, we just went to the Fab Labs in Beirut and asking them can you make furniture? They said yes. We went to the open source resources, to the open source repositories and downloaded many designs for tables, chairs, beds, closets. And within 2 months, we produced hundreds of home furniture, and people could at that time go back to their houses. So it's really important to stay focused to the need that is really available on the ground. So thank you.
Thank you. Of course, Toluca is also supported by JSED, not a classic humanitarian aid organization, but where are there, maybe in relation to Toluca, but also maybe you can speak a little bit generally, like where do you see these points between communities and all the aid organizations that are trying to support Ukraine?
Yeah, so one of the observations we had from working with a lot of different partners in Ukraine was that if we interact with already an established small network, rather than with individual organizations, then the work is an order of magnitude more productive. For example, we try to find sort of little setups where it's not just a school, not just a university, but there would be a hospital and a university and an NGO connected who already collaborate in some shape or form. And then we give them a little boost. After that, it becomes much easier for them to attract additional funding from other sponsors. And it just kind of, yeah, it makes this work much more lasting and much more impactful. Because very often when you interact with these kind of point organizations, it's very difficult for them to keep the momentum going. Due to their own kind of internal administrative regulations or people being overloaded with administrative work. But if there's ideally there's a small local NGO involved locally, kind of tying this small network together. Then we have seen already several times that this becomes much more productive.
Thank you. And your experience?
I think the main disconnect between what happens up there and down here is that we makers are used to testing and prototyping, right? And we do gain the trust of the people that we are working with in crisis response because they see our work and they understand it. We spend time with them. So it's similar to what happens in field work, in nonprofits or in humanitarian work. Then you have to go and explain your funder whether what you did, you know, why you did it this way, why did you change halfway, etc. And, you know, just putting my Apropedia hat, a good way to do it is documenting well and showcasing your work well. And that is something that us makers don't really want to do because it's so much work. But it's important to show people outside of the field, you know, why things were done the way that they were done and the process and the, you know, like there's a lot of evolution of the work that people can vouch for, people in communities, people who are suffering these crises. So it's important to, you know, become partners with the people that you're working with in showing this, showcasing the results of the work so that more funding can come, so that support can continue happening.
Like I said, do want to open it up before we close things up from the panel. There's so many more directions we could take this in. This is, like I said earlier, such profound work being done. And I think these connection points, becoming like, you know, you're acting as sort of the glue, making sure the communities can stay communities in these times of crisis, but also as these connection points that Andrew was talking about earlier in his keynote as well. So, so many important work in many different ways. Like I said, there are many people in the room that I know are also doing such important work. I mean, Science Camp has been basically a history of crisis response in many ways, and also multiple crises at the same time, dealing with the incredible temperatures in Basra and climate change, as well as a war and conflict-ridden society. So I definitely want to have Naras feel included in this discussion here with the amazing work that he's been doing there. Is there anybody, is there anybody else who wants to comment or make a question for the panel? Do you want to add something? Okay.
Actually, thank you for mentioning that. Yes. I just want to comment or add about that in one word, and we can also explain it. It's the commitment. It is a type of feeling we feel towards the world or the people may need or the situation as humans. And we think that we have the energy, the knowledge, the ability to provide solution. For that reason, we cannot stop, just we want to introduce a solution. In our case, mainly it's about a very technical. When you see it, you find a lot of innovation in technical and STEM. But actually, in deep, it is very humanitarian and about commitment about our humanity. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Martin, wonderful. Ricardo, could you, and Vicky, could you help with the microphone again?
Me and my friend. Sorry. Don't worry. Martin. Oh, Marty.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy with the work you are doing. I can't hear myself. So I'm so happy with the work you're doing. I know there's a bit of sustainability which you've talked about, but I would really want you to talk more about it. When it comes to humanitarian work, a lot of beneficiaries in many occasions,
they fall back and wait to be helped. And they really don't have any kind of energy to make their contribution towards their help. So if we are looking at it as a long-term thing where you want to help, but you also want to make sure that the people you help become part and parcel of it, own it up, and proceed with it. And to my sister, I also want to appreciate the kind of work you do, because I also lean towards that direction so much. And I can comfortably tell you that a lot of women would always want to make things, but there's a lot of stereotyping which has come with it. If you look at African women, majority of things which were made in Africa were made by women. Look at pottery, look at weaving, look at all those other things. And then you ask yourself, why is it so difficult that they cannot get into these spaces? There's a lot of work which has gone into stereotyping right from primary school to high school, where they were told that this kind of lessons, these sciences, there are only men who can do it. And when you are talking about low self-esteem, there's a program we do with artisans. We call them Juakali artisans. And when we got there with the mind of helping them to improve the quality of their products to match the market level, we learned that that was not even their main problem. Their main problem is self-esteem. Right from TVET institutions, it is, a lot of people know that it is a place for failures. So they go there as failures, they learn their skills, which they are good at, they go outside there, they make their things, but they still see themselves as failures. Including government and stakeholders, policymakers sit down, make decisions on their behalf without consulting them. Thank you.
One quick thing just to that is that another observation is that very often people who need most help, they're the least likely people to ask for it. Yes. Because to ask for help, you have to have some resources as well.
Also on sustainability, I think we were just having the conversation, how do you involve the community? And I think the word is, how do you allow them to know that this is their own? They own this. It's not, I'm not World Food Program just giving you food without asking, do you want the food? No. And I think most of us, before we approach communities to train or do anything, we actually talk to those communities. We know them beyond what they're creating, what they're going to create, how are they going to even create it. I think each of us know each other here beyond just our jobs. You know, yeah. Kigezo does an amazing job as a psychologist, but she's also bomb. I know her, she's cool, you know. And that's how we say, as long as you allow them to own the program, you allow them to understand documentation, the work you have done. This is what you have done. This is what you have produced. In doing that, sustainability. Because think about it. We are training refugees that are from South Sudan to go back home. And we're not training them to do anything with Uganda. I mean, Uganda has Museveni, that's what it. You're going to go back home eventually, yeah? Eventually. Whether the country becomes peaceful or not, most of them we've seen, they go home, they leave eventually. They're like, I can't stay, this doesn't feel like home, so let me just go home. Even with the gunshots and everything, it feels like home. Now, it is allowing them know that they own these things, that when they go back home, they're not there seated, what should I do with my life? They will actually remember, oh my God, Sad taught me how to do this. Yeah, Ricardo taught me how to purify water. So, there's no water. I know what to do with that. You get. So, in allowing, again, self-esteem. Yes, you're not dumb. You're not mad. You have the ability. You're strong. The affirmations. When I go back home and I have those skills, of course, now I have the self-esteem to walk up to my community and tell them, you know, I have a way for us to purify water. You know, we don't have to wait for the municipality to come and fix the pipe. I have a way for us to make water. And that's in owning things. We create spaces where people are more, yeah? I don't know what that is. I don't know which word that is. Yes.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I wrote a book chapter that Peter edited on gathering stories of the Salvadoran Civil War. During the Civil War, we studied two cases. One was people who have been handicapped, either as fighters or they were already handicapped, who started doing ceramics. And then another group of people who were refugees in a camp right outside of El Salvador, near Honduras. And the women at that camp started doing embroidery. And many of the pieces of embroidery still exist because they were sold by the UN, what women wrote were their stories of how they fled their homes due to the army bombing their towns. And one of the things that we were discussing were first that the work that does not feel as makey or techy enough is also important, and it should be considered as other types of making. And that making not necessarily should serve to save lives, make these technologies to, the ultimate crisis, but also as mental health activities. People need to regain their sense of identity, and they do it through making. So it can be therapeutic. So it is important to think also of making and our contribution as one that is more of caring than of, saving. And that's also one check that, as I say again, we have to check ourselves, whether we have this, idea of we're going to save with a 3D printer, right? And it can happen, but we also have to think of how we can help people regain their sense of identity, of being productive, what they can do for the world and for themselves.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it super short. Thank you very, very much for that panel. It's really amazing to see all of you together on stage, and I love all of your works. My question is more of a comment. I'm gonna keep it super brief, and it's more like what Emilio just said. I would like to explore, and that's why I also say it now, because I want to say it to the room as well. I'd like to explore how we can be more intentional in utilizing making as a form of therapy, not just making as, like a hidden way of therapy that we all know it does provide, and also not first you build up self-esteem and then somebody can make, but connecting it, like similar to art therapy maybe. I'm not an expert, but I've seen both in Uganda, in South Sudan, and in Ukraine, I've seen firsthand that it works, and I would love to see more of it. And I just wanted to really highlight that point, that I'm very happy to see you all together in this space, and I hope we can talk more after. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vicky. I would love to have lots more time to discuss with you, but I think that's all we can manage today. I hope we can continue the discussion also in many different formats, because I think this is such an important one. The world is talking about how to prepare for even more converging crises, and I think you're the people that everybody needs to talk to understand how to prepare for that, how we can make sure that we are doing all the things in practice that people preach so often about, as in localization, what Peter just mentioned in his keynote earlier, making sure the communities affected are actually part of the conversation, not just part of the conversation, but with a leading seat at the table. And you are all fantastic examples of how that can work. So let's have a huge round of applause for all of you, please. So we are very much on our way to the last bits of the program. If somebody can grab Linda and Philipp for me for this last panel discussion, that would be fantastic. And whilst that is happening, I just want to ask the fantastic help that we've had from the tech desk. If the last person comes in for the online, maybe you can ask him to wait for 10 minutes. That would be amazing. but when he comes, he should wait. Fantastic, thank you. So we have one more session coming up before we have the closing. And this is another session where I would very much like to create a hot seat, let's say, because I know there are, again, many people who can contribute to this discussion. We've heard a lot about making and open hardware and technology today. That is a very big part of what GIG is about, and our members have shared in the most beautiful way how these different perspectives on innovation have cross-pollinated each other at GIG over the years. So that's very much what we're about, but we're not just about physical, digital innovation and hands-on tech. We also do a lot of work in the context of policy work. As Andrew was mentioning earlier, these kind of connections, this bridges building, this translation work, that is also a lot of what GIG is doing to make sure that all these diversity of voices doing this work and working on these topics are also heard on a global scale. And that is what we want to discuss in this final panel session or little interview session that we have coming up now. We are all new actors. Innovation hubs are new actors. Digital innovators are new actors. Makers are new actors. How do we make governments, politicians, executives see us and give us that seat at the table in order to have these policy dialogues? And some of us have been working exactly on these topics, and that's what we want to discuss now. And I'm super excited to welcome on stage with me Philipp Schmidt-Fonseca, who's a Berlin-based Brazilian activist, free and open advocate, and currently also a researcher working at his PhD at Northumbria University. And they're investigating waste prevention and generous cities in the Open Do TT project. But Philipp has a long background on exactly what I was just mentioning in my opening words, connecting communities, connecting and translating between the worlds of culture, science, technology, and openness, and also making sure that it's heard on the policy side. So please give him a big round of applause and welcome to the stage. And I'm so excited to welcome back on stage Linda Bonio. She is a digital law expert working on digital policy and justice innovation across Africa, but also globally, really. She consults different organizations on topics such as digital identity, trade policy, privacy, and security. And she's the CEO and founder of Lawyers Hub in Kenya that is doing such important work, really building up capacity of legal people working in the digital rights field. So great to have you here, Linda. Please come and join me here on stage. So as with the others, I'd like to give you a bit more space to talk about your work and how you have, as civil society representatives, organizations, have also been instrumental in shaping these discourses, these processes to get more seats at the table. And Linda, if I can invite you to share how you work at the Lawyers Hub and how you're doing this in Kenya, but also globally first.
In Africa, we have to check this. Is it working? Yeah, anyway, hi everyone, and it's lovely to see you all here. The Lawyers Hub works on digital policy. That's like the most accelerated work that we have. It was crazy in the beginning, but we've sort of formed it into 3 work streams that we think we are passionate about. So the first thing that we do is we run the Digital Policy Institute. We got a fund from a media network 3 years ago to develop digital policy talent in the continent, because we saw that governments was, really struggling with coming up with new laws at record speed and amending old laws. And we thought that we could rewire and reskill, especially lawyers and technologists, to be part of the policy-making process. We've had 3 cohorts, and the last cohort had 15 fellows. This year we are taking 30 fellows, and we began doing it in Kenya, and now we've scaled it across the African continent. So we think that's a really incredible work, really tying in with what everyone is doing. The second piece of work that we do is we run this Africa Startup Law Accelerator, where we are offering technical support to startups. We realize that African startups especially don't have the same opportunities like everyone. Competition is difficult, access to lawyers is expensive, and so we run this program, and we've been doing this for the past 3 years as well. And then the third intervention is we do the Africa Law and Tech Festival. So it's a convening of different players. We've done it for the last 3 years. The next edition is oh my God, it's next month in Nairobi. Oh, gosh. Guys, pray for us and send money. Thank you. So we bring together over 2,000 lawyers and technologists to come into the room and talk about digital policy issues that they are facing. Last year, we had some good convenings on AI and policy and what Africa could do to move forward. And now we're really impressed by the general mainstreaming of the conversations on AI. So those are some of the work that we do. But I'd want to just maybe give context on some of the laws that we've been trying to be part of. We've realized that there's opportunity to be part of bigger conversations. For example, consulting for the UN in Africa made us part of the Africa Data Policy Framework. And so we were part of convening that. But also in Kenya, during the conversations on digital identity in 2019, there's a lot of calls for we need a privacy framework for us to adopt digital ID. And so we began these community convenings and asking people to come and attend, speak about a particular topic. We ran policy hackathons across the country, and we saw the general uptake by people now demanding for better, and also policymakers inviting us to now come to Parliament and make submissions. And so just away from doing work in Kenya, it's grown towards the global convenings. We are now partly, really part of the Digital Compact with the UN Tech Envoy, the conversations at the African Union on different levels. And we've seen what like that grassroots sort of convening can then become something that's regional and also can be scaled to regional conversations. So in a bit, that's what we do.
Fantastic. One more comment, please, perhaps on situation also on a national level with your government. I mean, I used to spend a bit more time in Kenya and be part of conversations saying things like there's such a vibrant and popping digital ecosystem in Kenya. All that is despite, not because of the government you have. So what does that kind of, making people see the work you're doing and understanding it, I'm sometimes guessing it's easier on an international than on a national level. What does that look like for you?
So we've gone through these different stages of maybe love-hate relationship with government. In the beginning, it was on Huduma number, which was emotive because there was a lot of funding involved from other players. And with the Lawyers Hub, there are people who really love us and the people who don't like us. And we are fine with it because we like to take certain positions, which, not everybody likes. Sometimes corporates don't like it. Sometimes people don't like it. But then what we realized is that we become this forum where everybody's view really happens. So we are able to invite government to speak, civil society. And so we then now shifted into how do we make sure that we're just not taking a position, but we're making sure that everybody's heard in the room. So in terms of budgeting, for instance, having everybody in the room have their voice on, I think if you allocate this amount of money, this is what's going to happen. If you tax startups, this is what will happen, and letting everybody see the effects of that kind of work. And then two, Kenya is great for innovation. A lot is happening, but it's not the most ideal environment. When I come to Europe, I'm impressed that you're waking up at 9 o'clock, you're in the train, going to work, you listen to a podcast, and then you have a shake, before you start work. We don't have that kind of luxury, we suffer. No shake. We sit in traffic, you're wondering why Africans are late because we don't have the train system you have. Why are you late? We should be late. So anyway, given that context, entrepreneurship is really hard. And so what we're trying to do is to make sure, one, and I say this to the Americans, that American big tech companies don't take over Africa because it's happening and our startups will not innovate. It's easier to work at a big tech company than to start your business. And we're trying to change that and saying, can we have better tax policies to ensure that actually small businesses thrive? I like the balance that India has had, that at the end of the day, the Indian dukawalas must thrive as the other external companies also come. I think it's useful for the world when there's competition. And so those are some of the stuff that we're trying to work on.
Oh, so important. I'd like to continue another half conference day just talking about that because those are totally our topics. But let's take us on a little trip to Brazil. I know you're based here at the moment, Philipp, but if you could take us there. I learned something yesterday from my fellow executive board member, Ricardo, Ruiz, who told me that in Brazil you have a situation that's different to here, at least I would say so, which is the close affiliation, when it's there, between a leftist government and civil society. And when this government takes office, it draws everybody from their NGOs into government. I thought that was super interesting because we don't really have that happening here in such a stark way. So I was going to ask you a question anyway today about volatility in government and how difficult it is to deal with that. But now I learned you have very many different ways of volatility of how to interface with government and civil society. So, can you tell us about how that works in Brazil, please?
Yeah, well, I think I'll be talking a bit about water and wind. So, and my name is not Georgia, but it's interesting because 10 years ago I was at the first gig event during Republica with Georgia. Georgia actually invited me. And 10 years before that, I was involved, I started getting involved with open source, cultural, digital policy in the kind of progressive government that took power in 2003, early 2003. And that story was told a lot of times, and I guess me and myself, Ricardo, and other people wrote a kind of superficial account about that story, in which you tell, the best parts of it, like we talk about our projects to funders. But I think it's interesting to go a little deeper in this kind of understanding. So we had those open source projects funded and supported by the government, but then there was this effect that was, there were empty spaces in government, and some of us coming from activist backgrounds were kind of dragged into it and taking over those positions, which made us suddenly realize that, okay, now we are the government. And I guess some of us were aware that the first thing we had to tell communities was not to trust the government, not to depend on the government, because the government will change again and will change back. So we had this understanding that I guess is really well explained in a paper, an article published by Jamie King, that is called On the Plane of the Paraconstituted, about gang power, and how you don't have necessarily to think in terms of paraconstituted, so before you organize and you get an institutional arrangement, and then after that, but you have to make ways for the kind of open, networked, and kind of messy way of doing things to keep going once the institutions are gone. And on the field, those projects, those digital cultural projects, I'm not describe them because there's been a lot being said about those. But those large-scale technology, open source technology projects, they were messy, they were precarious, they were sometimes cooperating one with another, sometimes competing, and that is one of the ways. One of the reasons I like to characterize them as a forest of ideas, a forest of projects. But it's not those, over-engineering forests that you see here in the Northern Hemisphere. The trees have their proper place. I'm talking about, the Atlantic rainforest or the Amazon rainforest, in which the species kind of are messy and reproducing and experimenting and changing. And at maybe 7 years ago, in Brazil, we had a very dry wind. We had a lack of water in that forest of ideas. So we had this very huge process of desertification of that forest of projects, which was a political coup, followed by a right-wing government, followed by another extreme right-wing government. And in that time, there were very few surviving projects, and all of us had to make do doing other stuff. But that kind of the idea of a forest that we had before was transformed into a desert. And now, as things changed, the elections came, the dry winds are gone, and things are starting to flow, the water is starting to flow. So we think of how can we regenerate? And I think there are some lessons that we have learned during that time, and I'm trying to put that into a new project called Semente. Semente means seed in Portuguese. And I think it's important also to go deeper in the metaphor of a seed, because sometimes people think of a seed as a unit of preservation, of genetic preservation. But it's also interesting to think of a seed as a way to propagate a diversity of genetic diversity. So instead of only having one idea that will be repeated over and over, that would be cloning, the seed is a way to create diversity and to spread the diversity and to change the conditions for life to thrive. So the seed can be also seen as a connection to the past. So every seed is a process of millions of years of evolving to get that specific genetic configuration. But also, the seed can also be seen as a way to connect to the present conditions. So a seed is nothing without soil. A seed is nothing without air. A seed is nothing without sunlight and water. So what we're trying to do in this kind of with design, I'm working with this designer to create a toolkit or a method to improve or to generate new community-based ideas, is to think in terms of how do you connect to the past with a single unit. And that single unit, that is the kind of the genetic unit that we're talking about, is the seed, the semente, as we call, should not be about an idea. Because you see all of those, lean, whatever, methodologies, circular methodologies that are iterative, but they kind of externalize what is important and think, oh, you have to have one important idea and then you convince people to follow, you'll be the project leader. And what we're trying to do is to think that the seed, the basic unit should be a community. And a community is not, also going deep in the metaphors, a community should not be seen only as a group that has one thing in common, like people who live in this neighborhood form a community, because that's not a real community. Community is also a diversity of commonalities. So how can we capture this diversity of commonalities and make things that make sense? And I guess what we want to do and what we're trying to do and what we've done in Brazil, and this is where all of those learnings come from, is how do you focus first on the relationships between people, and then only after that, once you define or once you understand whom you want to talk with and whom you want to develop projects with, after that you start thinking of maybe that's okay. If a 3D printer is necessary, maybe let's use that, but maybe we don't need that. Let's resort to traditional craftsmen and resort to, and this is something also that Teresa mentioned this morning, that she creates those declarations, the repair declarations, in partnership with local councils, because the power is there already. The power is distributed in various ways, and you have to connect to people who have the ability to decide on things. So this is, I guess, the base of what I would like to think in terms of how to create policy, engaging with people and creating community, but also exploring this idea of a diversity of commonalities. We tend to think sometimes of funders and project leaders and communities, but it can only be sustainable if the funder, the person that works for the funding institution, is also part of the community and feels part of the community. If the project leader is part of the community, and if the stakeholders, that is a horrible name for, because it removes the relationship from the care, the affection from the relationship. I guess if you try to think of all of those elements as part of the community, maybe that's a good way to start.
Brilliant. I feel like people should be applauding right now. There was a lot in there, Philipp, a lot of the different sort of tactics and strategies and lessons learned, and how you're sort of designing this approach. I think one thing that I found really interesting, talking to different members of our community and different representatives of what I would consider important NGOs in the Brazilian context, Data Labi, Jill Vieira was already mentioned today, Gabi Agostini from Olabi, etc., is that there's a sort of growing together of these NGOs. Everybody's suffering from stress and burnout issues, which we also talked about earlier, the carers who are needing care as well, but also seeing how they can connect their work in order to have more impact, in order to make also it manageable. And here in Germany, we've had an interesting movement of the green, so environment protection, some very traditional NGOs also growing together with the digital rights movement in order to create a common space and more commonality. I think this fits really well to what you were saying. I would be super interested, how does this relate at all to civil society in a Kenyan context? What are you observing there, Linda?
So the thing about, okay, yeah, I need to shake it a bit. I was going to talk about, I like what you said about commonalities and who determines who should participate. I think that's one of the reasons, the issues that we've had in Africa especially. So when we come on board, people will say, you're not civil society, or you're not corporate, or which group are you from again? And like, no, I'm not a group, I am a user of the internet, and I need to be consulted on how the internet is going to be governed. And so I think that the first sort of definition anywhere is to say that I'm here on the basis that I'm a user. And I like the work, how you talked about stakeholder as well. But then also too, the other lesson that we are learning is from how organizations are set up. So the Lawyers Hub is set up as both a civil society organization, but then also as a company for two reasons. One is on sustainability, because we got tired of the fact that we just don't have money because donors have not given us money. But we are lawyers, we went to school, we can build products, we can train people. And so we decided to also set up as a corporate. But then also, people come in when you go to corporates, they're like, no, don't come in, you're not civil society. And when we go to civil society, they're like, no, you're a company. We're like, no, we are both, we're humans, we're citizens. We'll participate. And so we saw this in Uganda, where government just came one day and shut down civil society organizations because they can just shut down your bank account just because you're civil society. But we realized that having a company means that they have to go to court to shut down our bank accounts. And so that really helps to ensure that you're still independent and you're still able to voice these things. I also think that it gives an opportunity to be able to say no to certain funding and say, no, we can't do that. We'd rather be lawyers and make money and then come use it to make this difference. And so that's one of the ways that we see it. But then also too, there's need for civil society to work together, I think everywhere, because we see it. And I'm seeing this whole European digital rights movement that is doing incredible work, but I see the gap in Africa. I think we've talked about this. Geraldine invited me to members of parliament in Germany. And one of the things we noticed was that there's need for policy exchange in Africa. That other than send money and send policies to Africa, how is Africa also coming back to Europe and then learning from your systems? And I say this like, I may want really good hair. I want Beyonce's hair, but on Linda's budget. It can't happen because I don't have that kind of money. And so Africa wants Europeans' laws, but its own African budget and its own African structure. So we can't even afford data protection commissioners, but Europe can afford to have every country, running these particular projects. So I think that's really key. But then also to see that lawmaking is just not about civil society only. I think we must progress and look at multi-stakeholder approaches because the thing is civil society is working on one corner, government is working on the other corner. How do we make sure that we break these silos so that civil society also has a place within the stage? And finally, Geraldine, I'm just going to say this, that now we've become such a digital society that every law concerns digital. For us to participate here today, there are people who've struggled with visa issues. And so when we ask you to get involved in visa policy, you don't see it as a problem. You see it as, no, that's ancillary. But it's a problem because then I've been fundraising in the US this past week. And when I go to people's office, they're like, yeah, we'll give you the money. Because now they see me, now they trust me. That means Africans who couldn't get visas will not raise money for their organizations. They're going to die. I think that we need to look at all these policies in a holistic approach because then it's useful to then tie the dots.
I really thank you for mentioning this, Linda. I was going to save it for my closing remarks, but I think now is the perfect time. In Germany at the moment, there's all this big talk about feminist foreign policy. And we as GIG, we have gathering as the last part in our name, and that means bringing people together in one space, and that means getting visas for people. And I just really wanted to also make sure that this is said on stage today. It is not feminist foreign policy if you have to buy your visa appointment on the black market. And it is not feminist foreign policy if especially women get discriminated against getting their visas. There were several people in the group where we had to provide extra documentation, extra letters, only because there were single women traveling. And that is the opposite of feminist foreign policy. So we need to change that. And like you said, see that holistically. Yeah.
And I think, I agree. And visas should not be expensive. How do I pay for 80 euros for a visa for a year?
After you spent money for the black market appointment already.
And somebody paid the same amount of money for a 20-day visa. Like, what's that for?
I want to open it up just very briefly before we come to a close. And there's one person I've been eyeing over because we have just recently published a study in the context of the MAKE project that we're running, the Horizon project I mentioned earlier about distributed manufacturing. And Martin was one of the providers for these case studies, leading the National Hub Association in Kenya that was trying to, lobby for better innovation policies. Martin, can you share a few sentences quickly on that work you did and how you were trying to get a seat at the table?
Okay, thank you. I thought I was tall enough. Yes, apart from other things that I do, I also belong to the Association of Countrywide Hubs, which I am one of the leaders. And through that, we have been involved in the discussion about some of the policies in the country. And Linda is aware of the startup bill, which we have been able to participate at various levels, but of course, it is still taking time for it to go through. And I don't know, you wanted me to talk slightly about RISA Fund?
If you like, you can also share on that.
Yes. Of course, I come from FabLab Winam. FabLab is an innovation makerspace in Kenya. And we became one of the beneficiaries of RISA Fund, where 9 makerspaces in Africa are beneficiaries, and FabLab Winam is one of them. So the reason, or the how we became beneficiaries through distributed manufacturing is because you realize that when COVID-19 happened and every borders were closed, everyone was struggling how to make things locally. Makerspaces, I believe globally, have been struggling with issues related with the showing data, telling people that this is exactly what we do. Because if you are just working on prototyping, people really feel like it's nothing. You know, the potential partners only come when there is already working prototype that they can now fund. But a lot of makerspaces struggle with that. So we struggle with a lot of indicators. We struggle with the capacity to do research, which ideally makerspaces should be leading in. And of course, if you know, when it comes to prototyping in makerspace, you use a lot of, you need machinery, you need a lot of materials, where if it goes wrong, then you've lost a lot of money in it. So that is how we ended up under the project called IMA, that is Innovation Manufacturing in Africa, which is bringing together the 9 makerspaces to run a test, to try, see how their indicators can be improved, and they can be able to tell the world that this is the data that we have. So far, this is how distributed manufacturing is done. Because in the project, all the makerspaces are going to do the contracting of other users to see how they are able to produce some of the components or some of the parts that they can do and then sell them.
Thank you, Martin. And that's why I think it's so important to have the people who are doing this work at the table, because very often hardware is left out of digital policy conversations, and people don't understand what impact huge hardware taxes, for instance, have on the work we're doing, or other policies that might seem in some way conducive to the economic system of a country, but are really hindering grassroots innovation. So maybe as a final question, what frameworks do we need? What kind of different policies do we need, and how can we support each other in getting there? One last example, perhaps from the German context, we're all going to head off to Seabase for pizza and drinks, hopefully, in a short while. Seabase lost their position as a charitable organization, being a hackerspace, because they once hosted a Go tournament, I think. So another example of volatility of regulation and the effects that has on people. So yeah, what do we need? What are the frameworks we need, and the kind of support we can perhaps give each other in getting there?
I think this intervention should be globalized, distributed in a way that it's just not here. We learned that a lot of Africa's policy is just made in Washington or Brussels. And so Lawyers Hub is trying to set up in Brussels. If you're in Brussels, please support us to get our voice heard, because our members of parliament don't have as much power as they seem. And so, who makes the power? How do we find out who is this decision maker? And then also, too, is to look at what stage are you at in terms of policy making. The things at idea stage, like startup bill, we've seen from Senegal, from Kenya, from Rwanda. When it's a good idea, everybody buys in. Government is happy with it. But the second stage is when already there are positions. Like, for instance, it's tied to maybe some World Bank funding. And they say, you know what, if you pass this law, we give you the digital ID money. That means then that the stakes are higher. They don't care for what civil society does. They will move on either way. And then finally, to look at future stuff. Like, I really like the idea today about the right to repair. Nobody will refuse such a law at this point. But the moment it's pushed, let's say, by the big multinationals in Africa, then people will take a position and they don't care what civil society, is bringing on the table. So I think that's very useful. But then finally, we need people on the table. Come in as speakers. If you understand something, like for us, we would really love an exchange. There's something that you're doing here. The business model is already, or the methodology is established. We can pair you up with somebody in Africa. And I think that's why GIG is such a powerful platform, that we can just simply look and say, Brazil is doing this thing, it works for them. Can it work in Africa? We hosted 113 webinars in 2020 during COVID. There were over 30,000 unique attendees on our platform that year. And we learned something, that Africans talk. Like you see on this stage, I am talking. We like to talk because sometimes we think action is impossible, but we want to talk about it and get to learn these things. Come on board and help us train. Ken is an amazing man. He's back there. Ken, please wave. He does all the amazing videos at the Lawyers Hub. Please say hi to him. And yeah, thank you. And he's also my brother. How do we convene and bring all these voices to also speak to our context? I think that would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. Any closing thoughts from you on this, Philippe?
I would like to emphasize the need to go beyond the perceived walls of institutional representation, and to think of that as something that we have to relate to. We have to influence official regulations, legislation, policy, but as we suggested in Brazil for the government, when we were government, don't rely on that, don't trust, and go beyond those kind of official and authorized ways to influence what happens in the world. I have this short example of one, I think that happened once in a free software forum that was organized by the Brazilian government. One person from the Telecentros in São Paulo went to this event and got to know our project. That was this, computer reuse, recycling with free software. And that person came back to São Paulo and gathered her team, 15, 20 people working in the Telecenter project. It was then it was the biggest implementation of GNOME desktop environment. And she got her team and say, I met these guys in this free software forum in Porto Alegre, and we want to hire Meta Reciclagem to help us to shape the digital strategy for the Waste Pickers Collective or something like that. And then 3 people from their team raised their hands and say, yeah, I am part of Meta Reciclagem, so what are you talking about? So that person did not understand that she thought that she would be able to hire this institution to help them, but there were people in her team that were already part of that community, that network. And that was interesting because it entitled them to propose different policies and different projects inside the government. So this aspect of not believing the walls of institutions and actually talking to people who are there, maybe temporarily in a position of power, it's sometimes best, a best strategy than just trying to come up with the winning argument. Relating to people as they are inside the institutions, I guess, is one way to go about that, and create community with them included, as I said before.
That is a wonderful closing sentiment, I think, for this panel. Wonderful closing sentiment for this panel, and also a beautiful segue into the very last program. But before, please give Linda and Philippe a big round of applause.
Let me go this way. Thank you.
Brilliant. We are nearly at the end of the program. Please forgive us for overdrawing about 10 minutes. we have two last agenda items. We have many people to thank who have supported us along the way, many organizations who have funded us, who have worked with us, and who have believed in us, which is fantastic. And of course, for this event today, we would very much like to thank the Heinrich-Böll Foundation. We would like to thank the EU Commission, and we would like to thank the Distributed Design Europe Network, as well as I mentioned earlier, Nord-Südbrücken Foundation with the posters. We'd also like to thank GIZ. And I am really thrilled that a longtime friend and collaborator who's also been with us since the beginning days of GIG is here to speak a few closing words. For those of you who don't know him, and you all should, his name is Christian Gmelin, and he is advisor on digital learning and a collaboration and innovation enthusiast at GIZ. It's wonderful to see you on screen and in a few days in real life. Christian, over to you.
So happy to see you guys. Can you hear me? First question.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I'm so sad actually to be not with you guys, because I've seen some of you guys already in the audience, and I'm missing you so much. I will be there next week, however. I will not talk for a long time, so don't you worry, it's not 10 minutes to be honest. But when I was asked by Geraldine to say a few words on the importance of innovation hubs for nowadays development cooperation, I said, sure, I'll do with pleasure, it makes sense. But beyond this professional assessment, which I would like to follow up in a moment, it is a matter of the heart for me to express my gratitude for having been part of GIG Birthday in the very beginning, as Geraldine just mentioned. I still remember, like 10 years ago, wow, 10 years, and how it touched me to be able to meet in you guys, representatives of a generation that had the drive to work for a common good across national and cultural borders. And there's always been this beautiful mix of pragmatism, because it has to pay off at some point of time, and doing good things that enticed and convinced me so much. It was these young people like you who were tired of being abandoned by their policymakers very often, and instead preferred to take their fate into their own hands and come up with community solutions on their own. So, congratulations for managing such a vibrant global network that really creates meaningful connections between people and organizations that make a difference. Inviting the African Hubs Network, AfriLabs, 10 years ago for the first time, in those times, innovation hubs were still a very new phenomenon back. And people at work looked at me, what are you doing there? But by now, they have been recognized as relevant and crucial actors in digital transformation and connection points to the communities. And that is exactly when these hubs become so relevant and valuable for dinosaurs, as Andrew put it so nicely before, like GIZ. Because more often than not, we, as the big internationals, are captured in a policy bubble and are very much detached of what is really going on the ground. So working together can bring added value to both sides, I believe. Whereas GIZ or other organizations can be the door opener on a policy level, saying like granting the governmental credibility, so to say, networks like GIG brings in the necessary street credibility. At the same time, working together does not mean merging, because that is what we did very often wrong. As Andrew put it before, we are living in different worlds. And to use a German idiom, I don't know whether it works in English, cobbler sticks to his own devices. So GIZ should do what it can do and not try, for example, to found hubs as we tried one time, because that does not work. It needs to be community driven. And this is where the very magic happens, to quote Jay before. So it was my job in the last years, and I always struggled, often in vain, to bring together these unlikely allies for the sake of collaborative innovation. And sometimes it meant to put GIZ in the backseat and just try to facilitate a process that was much better run by you guys. And I believe sometimes we succeeded, and I hope in the future we will do. So coming back to my initial opening, you people, you representatives of hubs and makerspaces who met in those times have become partners in crime, allies, friends. And aside from the ever-growing importance of these spaces for our work, I just wish I were with you right now. Have a drink, revel in the past, and make bold plans for the future. We'll do so next week. Happy, happy birthday, GIG. I can't hear you guys, but whatever, Geraldine, what are you talking?
I already thought I cried all my tears today, but I guess I was wrong. Thank you so much, Christian. That was beautiful, and we can't wait to see you soon. So that's the end of our program today. But if, for those of you who are not yet a member of this organization, for those of you who want to know more about GIG or learn more about us, you can subscribe to our newsletter. You can become a supporting member, or if you are also sort of feeling like I should be part of that community, I am a Maker Innovator Hub person, then of course you can also talk to us about becoming a member. And you can find us at Republica in the next week, where we're going to be hosting the Makerspace, of course, a lot of sessions. Another big thank you for Robert Bosch Foundation for making it possible for GIG members to attend Republica and speak there as part of the Global Perspectives program this year. And yeah, I just want to say thank you so much to our partners, to everybody who came, but first of all and foremost to our members. And that's why I would love for Sandra and Ricardo and everybody who's a GIG member, and I think this is going to be most of the people standing up now, to come and join me on stage for a group photo and a final cheer for us. So yeah, everybody who's a GIGger, come and join me on stage now. Oh, the team, of course, Team GIG. Yeah, Christian, if you're still online, then we can also have you there.
And this includes, of course, also team members. So great that you're coming here.
Of course.
I think I'm a bit too prominent, guys.